But I'll tell you what, we're excited about this game already. Good control under pressure. Oh, it's in! Oh, a goal! Firing it towards goal. Oh, yes! Son has done it! Excitement left in the game. And a goal! It's not settled yet!
Leagues is waiting. Job.
Took your time, man. Bellingham FC. Is that what we're calling it now?
Real top. Drop me the mic, you know we can chat. We know go for rock when we in now.
Where are the rest of them?
We them techers, G.
They need them right. You want goals, yeah?
Yes!
This is Leagues on FC Mobile. Invite your mates. Work together to achieve goals and unlock rewards. Play anywhere for the club. Download FC Mobile and join a league today.
But I'll tell you what, we're excited about this game already. Good control under pressure. Oh, it's in! Oh, a goal! Firing it towards goal. Oh, yes! Son has done it! Excitement left in the game. And a goal! It's not settled yet!
Leagues is waiting. Job.
Took your time, man. Bellingham FC. Is that what we're calling it now?
Real top. Drop me the mic, you know we can chat. We know go for rock when we in now.
Where are the rest of them?
We them techers, G.
They need them right. You want goals, yeah?
Yes!
This is Leagues on FC Mobile. Invite your mates. Work together to achieve goals and unlock rewards. Play anywhere for the club. Download FC Mobile and join a league today.
But I'll tell you what, we're excited about this game already. Good control under pressure. Oh, it's in! Oh, a goal! Firing it towards goal. Oh, yes! Son has done it! Excitement left in the game. And a goal! It's not settled yet!
Leagues is waiting. Job.
Took your time, man. Bellingham FC. Is that what we're calling it now?
real top. Drop in the mic, you know we can chat. We no come for rock when we in now.
So where are the rest of them?
We them techers, G. They need to ready. You want goals, yeah?
This is Leagues on FC Mobile. Invite your mates. Work together to achieve goals and unlock rewards. Play anywhere for the club. Download FC Mobile and join a league today.
Leadership, elegance, unique.
Robinswood is where we are for this day 2 of the Reignwood ICONs of Football. 24 of the greats in football taking to the golf course. This has been their playing field this week. Robinswood Golf Club, an absolute stunner of a place. They are outside their comfort zone, very much in it, of course, is Josh Denzel. We're going to be teeing up the Sunday singles. This is special because we're talking about guys who are icons of football, but why would that come across to the golf course? What would it be like to watch these guys do something that they weren't experts at? It's proven that competitive juices and spirit transfer from the pitch to the course. What have you made of what we've seen to this point, Josh?
It's been incredible. You talk about that competitive spirit. I was just in the locker room and the physios are on double bubble. They're working on hamstrings, quads, lower backs. These guys have been out playing golf in 41 degrees. I know we look cool, calm and collected, but it's not cool out here. These guys have been grinding it out and they hate to lose. They hate to lose.
You've been in amongst them throughout the week. What does this mean to them? How important is this to them today? Representing England, representing the rest of the world.
You see, when we're here and you're doing your interviews after the games, whatever it may be, whether it's alternate shot or in the team games, they walk up here, either huge grins on their faces or they are dejected. They're talking to their caddies, go, how'd you let that happen to me? They do not want to lose. I spoke to Jimmy earlier. He said, this is the best thing I have ever been involved in. Keys have played about 400 games.
Yeah. For many of us watching who are fans of these icons of football, it's one more time around on the giant roller coaster of watching greats of sport because you get to see them come alive and reawaken, playing a different sport, but still with that athlete's mindset that made them great in the first place. However, Team World will have to be great because they are trailing significantly so as well to England. How do you see this playing out today?
To be honest with you, I'm not too confident for Sergio's boys because it's going to be a massive hill to climb in the singles games. I've seen some of the matchups. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. I'm going to tell you, I think you feel the same way as me. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it could be tough. And guys, you're not going to want to miss this. This is the final day. This is the final session of Icons 2025, and you can watch live on YouTube or across Icons social platforms.
What you're also saying, I dare to say it, is that it very much might be coming home, Josh. It very much
You've
might.
ruined it, Nick.
Sorry,
What's going on here?
Don't jinx it. Now, of course, these guys are great competitors and they love to win. But even more than loving winning, perhaps they just hate to lose that much more. But when they do, we're there with a camera for them. Take a look at this.
Tough, lad.
Hi, John. Hi, Theo.
Hi. Hi.
Welcome to the Loser Lounge. Do you like it in here?
Oh, delighted. No. No comment.
Está el aire acondicionado, así que está mejor.
John, do you like losing?
No, honestly, I hate it. Like, genuinely fuming. Not good.
Theo, I thought I'd be seeing you again.
Well, you're right, weren't you?
You really do like being a runner-up, don't you? Ronald.
Yeah.
You lost 4-1 in Euro 96. You just lost 8-1 in 2025. History has a funny way of repeating itself, doesn't it?
Exactly. Humble pie.
Do you think there are any moments where your partner let you down?
No chance.
Never.
Not my Joseph.
Never.
Not my Joseph.
Exactly.
Well, I'll be seeing you both again.
I'll never see you again.
Back again?
Yeah.
Why so soon?
Oh, I don't even know what to say anymore. Next question, please.
Hi, Robbie. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Welcome to the Loser Lounge. Do you like it in here?
Absolutely hate it in here.
No, you can try and give it the negative spin if you want, but we're positive.
Don't get angry now, Robbie.
That's brilliant. Can we leave now?
Thanks, boys.
Wow!
Rins there, the voice of the Loser Lounge, giving Dad Paul some serious stick. They really, really hate to lose. Team World have been on the receiving end of some heavy defeats at this point. They've got time to catch up because it is Sunday singles. But let's show you the story of how we got to this point. This morning was Greensome's play again and 6 matches to take in. Let's have a little look at how exactly they've managed to put this together.
Thank you very much, Nick. This was day 1 in the morning session. Gabriel Batistuta, a birdie at the opening hole, getting Team World off to a sensational start.
And then another Boca Juniors legend, Carlos Tevez, on the second. Judges the speed beautifully. He's putted well. He's liked the greens here at Robbinswood. And then early birdie.
Then staying on the same hole, the second hole. Nigel de Jong, the Dutch star, out of the fairway bunker. This is a difficult shot, some 120 yards with a pitching wedge. Superlative.
And then one of the stars so far this week, Jimmy the Bulldog Bullard, par 3s is when he has shown he's got the quadruple there. His distance control with his short irons has been fantastic all week. Almost made it. Of course he likes it.
Well, David Ginola got off to a tough start on day 1 in the morning. Alongside Patrick Berger, they lost the first 3 holes, but then he poured that in at number 4 for a half, and you can see what that meant.
Lee Sharp has been one of the standouts for Captain Lee Westwood. Lots of good shots. Really a good golf swing. This is at the 6th. And another really good short iron shot for Lee Sharp.
The 6th is the longest par 4 on the course for these icons. Didn't think we'd see anything better than Lee Sharp's shot in until Teddy Sheringham came along and hit this 9-iron approach from the left rough. Absolutely brilliant. Not enough adjectives to describe that shot. And then pay it off with the no-look birdie putt. Well done, Teddy.
And then the call, the captain, one of the unique features this week in the Icon Series, ball above his feet on the par 5, 10th, trying to hit a cut, hold it against the slope.
Oh my God!
Pin high, over the green, but a really good golf shot.
Are you tipping up?
I'm sure there were many better shots than this from Ronald de Boer on Saturday. Out of the bunker, first hole in the afternoon. In it goes, a birdie and a win for Team World.
All of the players playing the 12th hole, the signature hole here at Robbinswood. $10 million swing. $10 million on offer. First person to stand up, Robbie Fowler, just rips an iron shot right at the flag. 6 feet 8 inches. Yeah. He was the first and the best all day.
And day 2, session 3. Could Team World continue their fight back from the opening afternoon's play? Gianfranco Zola. This on the very first hole, his second shot. What a beauty it was. It would lead to a win.
On day 1, we saw Lee Sharp hit a lot of quality iron shots. But it was the putter that was working in the morning session on day 2 for birdie at the second.
At Putter continued to be red hot. This a par save on hole 4 for the win. In it goes.
Team England, Jimmy Bullard, good iron shots, pays it off with the putter, little fist pump.
And then at the very next hole, his iron play this week, Jimmy Bullard, has been superb. None better. This his approach. Absolute beauty. Set up another win for Team England.
The governor, Paul Ince, didn't have his best stuff on day one, but this morning, shot of the day contender on the first. One bounce to tap in range for Paul Ince. He starts off the morning sessions solid.
Well, the governor continued his good play because this was a birdie putt at the third. In it goes, and another win for Team England.
But I think the brightest star this week for Team World, Gabriel Batistuta. He can do it all. Rolling the rock here. Long range putt. He likes it.
And then at the final hole, Batistuta again, he's already had one shot of the day contender. How about two? Because that was a beauty, and it would set up a win for Team World.
And Mr. Reliable for Lee Westwood's England side, Teddy Sheringham. Long range putt. He's played fantastic, you know, just such a steady player. Not a lot of mistakes. Let's see what it means.
Oh, 39-21 doesn't tell you the whole story, but certainly another strong performance, Josh, in the morning of the second day here. We've gone 4 balls in the first session on day one. We followed it with greensomes, which effectively both players teeing off, picking the best shot, alternate shots from there. Same format this morning, and England have been strong throughout here, and they've built a really, really healthy lead. Out of those matches, before we move forwards, is the one that caught your eye this morning?
Do you know what? I spoke to Phil Jagielka on the first tee yesterday, and he had a brolly on. He said, I'm absolutely fine. I've prepared. Little did I know, by the end of the round, he was on a drip. But this morning, I'm on the first tee. He stood there and he goes, wide-eyed, I'm ready to go. Him and Joe Hart were an absolute scandal. He said, I'm not going to hit a tee shot. Don't worry about me. First thing he does, drives it straight down the middle. He is unbelievable. I love to see it. And I'm sure he's going to take that form into today.
In agony yesterday with cramping. It was so hot out there, lost a lot of fluids, dehydrated, but so desperate to play for England today. He was out there, and a brilliant win with Joe Hart as well, going into our singles. There's been a couple of things going along throughout the week. If you've been joining us as well, there's Crocs and Camels. Crocs for every ball that goes in the water. We've been keeping track on a leaderboard. Same for Camels, which is the bunker. Let's show you how the Crocs line up, first of all. And it's not a list you want to be on. It's not one to celebrate. And we won't be celebrating for Joe, sadly, on the English side. But the most amount of balls in the water belong to Nemanja Vidic of Manchester United. 11 times he visited the soup. And that will have consequence in terms of points. We'll touch on that in a second. So that's the situation when it comes to Crocs. When it's Camels, how many times players went in a bunker? Surely some big numbers, but not as much as you'd think. Water actually causing more of a problem. Again, Joe at the top of the board. Apologies, Joe, when you watch this when you get home. But instead, it's Luís Figo again of Team World. This isn't helping, Josh. This is not helping. They're top of the board in both of those categories.
It is not helping at all, and they've got so much ground to make up. How this is going to affect them, even mentally. You know, you're looking at the water. There is a lot of water on this course. There's a lot of greenside bunkers, fairway bunkers. You're thinking, these are going to keep racking up my scores. We've got a lot of work to do on Team World as well.
We'll touch on the impact of what that's been score-wise in a second, but one little note of positive news. You did select in our little break between sessions here the shot of the day, and it belongs to a Team Worlder in Gabriel Batistuta. There's the percentages right there. 46% of the vote for his shot on the 7th. And he has been one of the strong players throughout the week. Let's have a little look at it. He's been in fine form, hasn't he?
He's been one of the standout players across this Icon series.
And this time with the wand on the green. We've seen some amazing golf. When you think about the nervy starts to it, understandable, they're outside their comfort zone. They can happily step out there, take a penalty at Anfield, Old Trafford, the San Siro, the Bernabeu. This is a golf course, but still they've taken some of those mental skills, Josh, and applied them to the challenge they've got right here. With regards to the score, when that's all added up, said and done, it's a healthy advantage. The score right now going into the singles is 44 points to Team England, 22 points to Team World. However, on the other side of this coin, this is singles. There's 12 of them, so double the amount of points up for grabs, Josh. And also, you're on your own. You haven't got someone to back you up. This could see a big fluctuation in numbers.
And we've seen in the alternate shot, some players have dovetailed quite nicely. They've relied on their partner. This is all you. And as we said, 41 degrees. It's their 4th round of golf here.
Yeah.
Sometimes that mental pressure and that you know, they've got the fans lining the fairways. It's going to get to some people. It's going to get to some people, and we're going to see just how much in a few minutes.
Every time you win a hole, it's worth a point. So if you have a stormer of a performance out there, you can build up some serious points for your team in the singles. And, of course, a lot of it comes down to the rivalries that we'll see in the singles. Let's have a little look at the teams being revealed by the 2 team captains in Lee Westwood and Sergio Garcia. These are the reactions in the team rooms as they find out who they're drawn against. And you know what? This is amazing because we see it in Ryder Cups. You hear from Ryder Cup legends where they talk about the feeling of having your teammate next year. All of a sudden, it's real lonely in those singles on a Sunday. Even more for footballers who are used to, even in those theatres of pressure they performed in, they've got teammates to lean on. Not right now, Josh.
Yeah, but they will relish this pressure. Any matchup, they will believe they can win. They're born winners. They're icons. They're going to see a matchup and go, do you know what? I might not have played well in the last 3 rounds, but today's going to be the day when it matters. You know, we've spoken about Bullard being the postman. Delivery was late earlier today, but I'm sure he's going to want to get revenge there.
Well, leaning on Ryder Cup legacy, you will think Sergio Garcia's team talk will revolve around perhaps a certain miracle at Medina that took place where they were down and out. It couldn't happen, but you've got to believe you take care of business in your match and you can get the job done. What do those matches look like? Let's show you how the pairings line up here for this Sunday singles between the icons of football. Team England up against Team World. And there you have it. Now you look through him, obviously leading with real strength. Teddy Sheringham has been fantastic through the week, up against Ronald de Boer. What do you like here when you look through him, Josh?
I think Teddy has been a standout player, a bit like Gabriel Batistuta. He's come out, and de Boer's struggled at times on this course, and I think that's going to be, I wouldn't say an easy win for England, but I'd say that could potentially be points on the board. And Lee Sharp, obviously a scratch golfer against Ruud Gullit again. You might think that one could be tucked away nice and early, but who knows what happens out on the course. We've got Phil Jones against Carlos Tevez. Tevez has been absolutely electric with that putter in his hand. He's been sinking absolutely everything. Ince's had his moments. He's up against obviously the legend in David Ginola. I mean, that's going to be an interesting matchup because I think maybe the condition's going to play a part in that, but they've both had fantastic moments, both been a little bit wayward at times, but I think that's going to be massive. And John Terry Batistuta, that's going to be some of the highest levels of golf we've seen in this Icons tournament. Not to forget Jimmy Bullard, Gianfranco Zola. That's the one I'm really looking forward to.
Incredible lineup for you to enjoy as we head down to the cauldron of pressure that is that first tee.
Over the course of this weekend, please put your hands together and welcome 2 great golfing icons.
Well, we've got some pretty awesome matchups coming our way this afternoon in the singles, leading off with Teddy Sheringham against Ronald de Boer. And after the Crocs and the Camels, it's Team England 22 points ahead of Team World, leading 44-22. But Claude, as we've said, there's a lot of opportunity for fluctuation out here.
A lot of points on offer, but the world team is going to have to get out to an early start. They can't afford to get behind early. Try and keep those matches kind of going around the turn, kind of in that 1 to 2 point range, because if it gets 3-4 points down, you're going to run out of holes.
And he is going up against one of the Dutch players' best ever performers. He's won the Champions League. He's represented the likes of Barcelona, Ajax and Rangers with massive respect. Please welcome Ronald de Boer and Teddy Sheringham.
Icons of the sport. And Teddy Sheringham, no one's been better than him on the golf course this week, earning all 3 points for Team England. Ronald de Boer, well, his game, Claude, has changed since he saw Hugh at lunchtime yesterday.
I didn't see me. He saw one of my instructors, Joe Marshall, gave him a little setup tip, got him out of the shank, squared the shoulders up. He's played a little bit better since then, but so impressive from Teddy Sheringham. Just solid, a lot of quality iron shots, keeping the ball in play off the tee. How are these great champions? They've been used to being on teams. They've been on teams for the first 2 rounds, or the first 2 days, and now at the end of day 2, all about the individual performance. Some players will relish it. They'll like the fact that they can kind of do their own thing.
Can't hide behind a teammate out there, and you said they need to get off to a quick start. He holed a bunker shot here yesterday afternoon. Here we go. Looks like it's found the bunker down the left-hand side, avoiding that water down the right.
I was hoping that would turn a little bit, just stayed straight.
Teddy Sheringham sneaky long off the tee. He's got some firepower. He got within 20 or 30 yards of this green this morning.
Talked to him last night about his golf swing. He said the tendency that he has when he hits bad shots, a little bit of an overswing, but it's always difficult for him to try and shorten that backswing.
Teeing it up high to let it fly. He likes it, the crowd likes it. And just another fairway, steady as she goes.
Yeah, good one there, Sally.
Teddy Sheringham and Lee Sharp, the only 2 players out of all 24 of these icons to earn all 3 points for their team.
It's champion Jaidi on the bag for Teddy Sheringham.
Let me tell you something about rivalry.
I think rivalry in sport is very important. There's still that hatred there.
Rivalry, what is very difficult for me to pronounce.
It just gets the juices going.
I think you have to be very competitive.
Whatever it is, if I'm playing against my kids or I just want to win, you've got to teach them, haven't you?
The competitive that we have inside will be showed.
There'll be a few, like maybe drop the putter or drop my ball accidentally or something, just to, yeah, mind games are a big part of it.
All friends now, but we come for enjoy, but to win too.
Will there be a little bit of needle from my side? Definitely.
I hope so.
We won't lose, I promise you we won't lose. You can save that, but we're not losing.
Let's go, boys.
It means a lot to every single one of them. They do not want to be putting the cream jacket on the winners, do they?
No, I mean, you don't get to the level of sport and football that all of these great players have without not wanting to lose. Their competitive juices are very evident this week. Nobody wants to lose.
This will be a very awkward length shot for Ronald de Boer out of the bunker, 97 yards, even for the best players in the world.
Yeah, always one of the hardest shots in golf. For most golfers, that long bunker shot, just under 100 yards. You struggle with this shot, don't be afraid to take more club. Maybe one more club than you think. Play an explosion shot. You can do that with pitching wedges, 9 irons. I think so many times players get into fairway bunkers like this close to the hole, close to the green, and try and power sand wedge, something like that. Not solid.
Well, Wayne Riley is out with this group down on the first hole. Have you had a chance to check out the lie here, Radar?
Ah, the lie's really good, but the thing I like to look into their eyes, doesn't matter if it's Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy, or these boys. And let me tell you, they want to win. The lie is fantastic. This shouldn't be an issue. The great thing is he's got a little cushion of wind in 2. As long as he gets ball first, this thing could do it. Didn't get ball first. It's not a bad chuck.
He's left that in a decent spot. Champions League winner back in 94-95, Ronald de Boer.
Radar, we've seen Teddy Sheringham over the last 2 days hit some beautiful short iron shots. I expect to see another one here, 70 yards.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just perfect. You know, he's on a little launching pad. There's just a puff of draft into him. Like, if he really wants to get cute, I wonder, I think he plays around 4, doesn't he? The thing is, will he land this behind it and just sort of back it up, play for a 73-yarder? That's the way you would play it, if he, especially with that little wall of wind. So this shouldn't be an issue. This is a great opportunity to gain an early advantage.
I think it's important for, as you said, Team World to get off to a good start. I mean, it's going to be very, very hard to come back if the last few matches all see red on the board.
Okay, if he doesn't spin it, it'll stand to attention. In there low, trying to growl it in there and stun it.
Pin high, controls the spin, and another really quality three-quarter shot from Teddy Sheringham. He's just played solid. And he plays his game, Ewan. He doesn't try and do anything special. He's not the longest, but he knows he's straight. He knows he's very consistent. And part of being a good single-digit handicap under a 5, you have to know what you can and can't do. You have to know what your strengths and weaknesses are, and then you just play to your strengths. Don't try and do things you can't do.
And probably a little bit like Jimmy Bullett in that respect. You know, they play within themselves, don't try and do anything that is unnecessary or they're incapable of.
I always find it interesting, the higher the handicap, the more chances they're trying to take. The lower the handicap, the less chances they're trying to take, the more they're just saying, listen, this is what the golf course gives me. Let me just hit a bunch of fairways and a bunch of greens. Don't necessarily need to fire at every flag. But you give Teddy Sheringham a short club, he's going to fire at it.
Ooh. Well, that's not what Ronald de Boer needed. A little chunky there, and not surprising, really. The grass is cut very tightly around these greens. Quite often it's back into the grain against the players as well. And I think if you're just joining us from wherever you are in the world, as a few autographs are being signed down there on the first tee. Lee Sharp next, up against Ruud Gullit. You see a lot of these players that were playing so well in practice rounds, and now they've struggled to come tournament time.
Well, they say the longest walk in golf is from the practice tee and practice rounds to the first tee when the tournament starts. And it's a big difference between practice rounds. You know you've got another ball, but I think players are freer in their practice rounds than they are in their tournament rounds.
One of the great things we've seen over the last couple of days, fans, not just football, well, not just sports fans, but football fans for these icons. We've seen jerseys from just about every country, every team, and you can join the conversation via our social media platforms for our final session, #IconSeries.
Match number 2 of the singles. Please welcome 2 true icons of the game. A 3-time Premier League winner, a player who helped to build Manchester United's monopoly of English football, and against him, a Ballon d'Or winner with 2 European Cups as well, the Dutch maestro. Please welcome Lee Sharp and Ruud Gullit.
A little Man U-Chelsea rivalry here.
There we go. And Ruud Gullit, some better shots today. Hit a really good shot into 8 on the par 3 in the morning session. Hopefully he can carry that confidence over, swing freely.
Well, you'd have to think that Lee Sharp is the overwhelming favourite in this match. He's won 3 points for Team England so far. Certainly had aspirations to play on the Legends Tour in Europe. Plays off scratch.
There'll be no reaching this green in one. It's the breeze is straight into, so it's just laying it up. And most players, if they whip it down the left wing like Teddy Sheringham did, you'll find yourself on a nice little upslope. So this one's left, way left.
Oh. Looks like it might have avoided the tree down there.
And if you get it right, you find yourself on Teddy Sheringham's little upslope there. So it's and no divots. I mean, you don't have to worry about it. It would have been a popular spot on a PGA Tour or DP World Tour, but this week this golf course is presented like something few have never seen before. It's just been a pleasure to walk it.
And a fairway from Ruud Gullit. We're not used to seeing that so far.
Short and straight, Claudie.
Nothing wrong with that.
Our second match.
180 straighty.
Our second match in the singles is off. Up ahead of the green in the first match. This is Ronald de Boer, a long par putt.
With 2 European Cups as well, the Dutch maestro. Please welcome Lee Sharp and Ruud Gullit.
Might be conceded. Teddy Sheringham's got 2 putts. Can't see him 3-putting from short range like this. He does concede.
Early point on the board for Team England. Not what Team World were looking for. Everything pointing towards the fact that it is coming home this afternoon. Just having a putt here for a little bit of practice.
Yeah. Should break from his left to right. 2 putts to win. Hasn't been conceded. Thought it might be, but...
I thought it was. He certainly appeared to gesture to pick it up.
Maybe just wants to putt it. That no-look Jordan Spieth-esque putting stroke, which I'm a huge fan of. Takes you out of thinking so much about your stroke, about the ball, frees the stroke up, gets you to react like an athlete. And he was definitely a good one of those.
The players have been fantastic interacting with the fans this week, on and off the golf course. Man City jersey, Liverpool jersey, Man United jersey. We've seen Hull City jerseys. Tottenham jerseys.
Wonder what's the strangest thing the players have been asked to sign this week.
Right, it is the business end of the competition, and I feel like I've been sent on a little bit of a business trip here. The long putt competition, it's a shame because it's about 40 foot away. Remember, in the singles, these greens are going to feel very lonely, so I've got one attempt here, and I'm going to emulate one of the best golfers we've ever seen, Robbie Fowler. Here we go. No pressure, boys. I think I'm going to say 4 feet short. I need a hug after that. What do we think?
Well, I think it wasn't a bad effort, Max. But we'll get back down to our second match out.
Captain Sergio Garcia in the middle of the fairway, giving Ruud Gullit a little bit of advice.
A little bit like Sevi back in the day with Monty on the 17th of Valderrama, Ryder Cup style. Go away, Sergio, leave me alone.
Important to point out too, Radar, just before Gullit hits, that there is a call the captain option this afternoon. I very much doubt it's happening on the first hole.
Oh, good spot here. Just got himself a 9-iron. Pulled it. Should catch a piece, though.
It does. It's going to be a very long putt, but importantly, it is for a birdie. Over to Lee Sharp.
Couldn't be better, Lee Sharp. Couldn't be better. Just a groovy sand iron. Might get a little release out of it.
Might have caught the right groove there, Radar.
Was it a shank?
Yeah, just a miss hit, short of the bunker.
Good. It was a good break, that. Lee Westwood prowling around like an alley cat.
Interesting to see when these players do decide to call the captain this afternoon. Of course, Only one option per session. The captains have to be on the same hole as the player that calls the captain. Welcome Nick Doherty back into the commentary box. Pretty warm out there, Nick, isn't it? Understatement of the century.
It is toasty, yeah, certainly out there. It's going to be a battle against the elements as well as their opposition. Beautiful, of course, stunning. But make those legs be weary. It's been a long week for them, an emotional week as well, which takes its toll, but they will be amped for the singles this afternoon. For that up to Lee Sharp, trying to get this up and down, put a bit of pressure on.
Good shot there from Lee Sharp. Short game skills on display. That's a good start for Ruud Gullit, Nick. Hit the fairway, hit the green. That'll give him a lot of confidence.
Team England, an 11-time Premier League winner. He won 2 Champions Leagues as well. And against him, one of the finest players the Czech Republic has ever produced. One of the best players we saw in Euro 96 as well. Please welcome Paul Scholes and Patrick Berger.
Fitting reception for 2 icons of football. Manchester United up against Liverpool. Up ahead of them, of course, you've got Manchester United and Lee Sharp up against Chelsea and Ruud Gullit. We're back on the tee, and it's Berger to lead us off.
Well, this is a low, ducky one. Got out of it. Oh, my word, you lucky camper. It missed the love grass over there on the left wing. It's just fine now. That was a coat hanger.
No leeway, is there now? You haven't got a partner you can get you out of jail if you make a mistake off the tee. You're on your own. Wherever you hit it, that's where the next shot will be played.
And I think that's going to be interesting. I think there will be some players that kind of like that. They're used to kind of, they want the ball, they want to make all the decisions. And then you'll have someone that says, hey, I liked having a partner. It took a little bit of the pressure off me. But as you said, Nick, nowhere to hide in singles.
Greensome's has been fun, but this is going to be more fun. Yes. We're going to see what they're made of out here. Singles Sunday.
Oh, it's flirting with that water, flanking the edge. He's aggressive through the ball, isn't he, Scholesy? That looks like a sigh of relief.
All right, yeah.
Back on the first green, Ruud Gullit, lengthy birdie putt. Just cozy this down there, 2-putt. Sprint to the next tee. Don't give anything away on hole 1. Pretty good for pace there. 3-4 feet short.
Lee Sharp's par putt has been conceded, so this will be for a half at the opening hole for Ruud Gullit. Interesting matchups. And Captain Westwood has put 2 strong players in Sheringham and Sharp out first, and then anchoring it with Bullitt and Terry. Another couple of
Scholes is wet.
We'll get back to that in a second, but it sounds like bad news down the fairway for England. Good news for Team World up on the green. Coaxed in, and it's a half on the first in 4s. So these are the early toings and throwings, and Sheringham, as perhaps we expected, leading by example in that top match. great crowds out to watch them play. And you know what, as guys who play the sport, and obviously professionally as well, it makes such a difference to the vibe and the energy that you can feed off as a player when you've got this many spectators and fans around.
And not just here at the opening hole too. We just went into the clubhouse for lunch and it was chaos around there, wasn't it? There were people everywhere. And these icons have been so obliging with their time, not only with the media, with the fans as well. Just such a great atmosphere, great vibe.
After a lucky little scrape with the bunker and the love grass and all that stuff, he finds himself in a great position. The angle's great, flag's over there on the right, he's way left. So can you take advantage of after a duck hook?
Unfortunately not, is the answer.
Yeah, look at that little breeze picked up.
But his partner is in trouble, as Radar alluded to.
It would have led into a little bit of hugging that left side, wouldn't it? You'd have been very wary of anything leaking right on him. Penalty drop taken. He can still save himself here with a moment of magic with a wedge. So a visit to the water for Paul Scholes. Penalty drop taken. This now the third.
Just 71, just a nudge, trying to get it up and down.
Not out of it though with a 5 potentially, because up against Patrick Berger, who has work to do from the sand.
And I think it's fair to say this afternoon Team World have to take every advantage they can get. Not one or two players, the entire team. If they get a sniff, they've got to take it with both hands and run.
Icons of Football,
Patrick Berger from the bunker. Leaves him about 20 feet. His par.
Match number 4 is between one of the world's greatest ever players and the youngest player.
It's something sentimental you can look at. It will go in the trophy cabinet.
To go home with a cream jacket would be incredible.
It'd be nice with a glass of champagne in my hand.
I didn't touch it, barely looked at it.
Like the World Cup trophy where you can just look, stare at it and not touch it.
The losing team has to put the cream jackets on the winning team.
He's going to present me the jacket.
Are you serious?
Oh, that's brilliant.
Nah.
For the other team to put it over your shoulders, you know, rub it in a little bit.
I can imagine there being some very smug people around.
I'm gonna go in front of John Terry and I'm gonna show my jacket.
We won't lose. We won't lose. I'll have to do that.
We are the one who's gonna wear the cream jacket on the final day.
Wearing the cream jacket sounds like something they'd love to do. Not as much as they'd love to not have to put it on their opposition, though.
Par putt for Scholes at 1 after finding the water. It's an excellent effort. It's a bogey. Theo Walcott, 4th match out on the tee, earned half a point this morning.
The trusty 3-wood letting him down. He's been great with that club so far.
On the tee for Team World, Luís Figo.
Yeah, it slipped. It slipped. We know it slipped, Theo, don't you? Yeah, that's it. We can see it. We're seeing it at the towel. That's what happened.
I do that every time. I hit a bad shot, go to the towel, say it slipped.
You will get to see it. I'm sure it might be doing the rounds on social media later on. And you'll have a good
Where did
chuckle.
it go?
A little bit right of rights. In fact, so far right, it's a little bit left now, I think, Wayne. Figo up next.
Excellent start for Luís Figo.
Luís, a bit of work to do. on the scorecards. There's a lot of ground to make up, but as the leader of your team, this is where people stand up, right, in the singles.
Yeah, we have to work, continue to be persistent. We know that we have a tough situation, but still a lot of games ahead. So try to enjoy and make the result change.
No doubt. Well, you just had a fantastic drive. What a way to start. Enjoy your round.
Thank you so much.
All smiles, but all business at the same time. And you know what? They are outside of what they have become famous for, but I'm really interested to see how competitive and how ruthless they can be on a golf course this afternoon, Claude.
Yeah, see what they're made of. Patrick Berger just comes up short in his par attempt.
What's a football equivalent? They're down, what, 4-0 at halftime, 5-0? Or not that much because there is a lot of volatility?
Yeah, I think it's at least 3-0. It could be 4. With the opportunities there, it's such a huge shift in momentum that they need to create. But you know what? Nothing does that than when you can see it happening through your groups and you've got trust that the players around you on your side, you're all working towards the same goal. Gullit with that little step 2 we've seen throughout the week.
It's a really good shot. Got lucky to have an option to do that there over on the right-hand side. 2 greens in a row.
Much better today from Ruud Gullit. Much better.
You know, we talk about Gullit as well, as we see Lee Sharp here, he's up against. Chatting to him earlier in the week, he said, I hate it when I hear the English, and it's their fans, it's not these players. I hate it when I hear them say it's coming home. He says, you don't understand. It's silly. He says, you don't understand how much that helps the opposition, because it drives us and inspires it so much to want to beat you, more than is probably normal. He said, and it's such a weapon for us, because this mentality that it's your sport and it's coming your way. And he said it really is something that sometimes elevates performance of opposition.
Well, we'll see if they're definitely going to need to elevate it in this afternoon single session.
I don't think, Wayne, he's much going to like the look of this one. Theo Walcott is a long way out with a lot of water to cover for his third.
Especially after a semi-shank with a less than driver. I mean, yeah, you're walking down there and you're thinking, okay, we've got a long way to go. It's okay losing the first hole or whatever, but you want to hit a good shot here. He's still got 255 to go, and the ball's below his feet. Still a chance to make a 5. What an amazing golf shot.
That's brilliant, Radar.
It wasn't pretty, but who cares?
And that's
it was low as a snake's belly, that was. Bottom groove.
And he's still in there with a chance, isn't he? Like you said, 5's a good score here.
Well, it means that Figo now, he's still got to have his focus, hit a good wedge shot, still sees the hole.
Yeah, just under 180. It shouldn't be an issue for the player that I believe was a better player at Barcelona. But he won more at Real Madrid. Giddy up.
Hold on. It should. Bit of rough there.
That wasn't that bad of a shot. Just came up short.
Oh, I'm loving this. This is fantastic. Now these guys know how I feel.
Slightly less smile on the face of Figo right now, as they're all striding down that fairway when his playing partner spooned it away to the right-hand side.
Icons of Football 2025, the afternoon session on day 2.
I always loved it. I've been obsessed with the game since a kid.
If I didn't play football, I would have been a golfer.
It's such an art. It's something that you can learn. It's for every standard.
Yes! You can be competitive against old, young, whatever you can play.
One of the greatest sounds in football is the ball hitting the back of the net.
When you're on the golf course, the greatest sound is catching that ball sweet from the tee and then sinking a nice putt.
I don't think you'll ever perfect the game. You think I can get there and you think can I grab that, but you never can.
It's the only sport that I can go out and not think about anything else. It's just 5 hours playing golf.
It's a ball sport, right?
Bit of an international language like football. That's why I love the game.
I love golf. I love it.
No matter how long I play this game, if it's for the next 20 years, I'm not going to master it. I think that really gets me.
It's very, very complicated game.
It's the hardest game that there is out there to try and figure out.
It's you versus the golf course.
60-70% is in your mind. There's always something new to learn.
It's got that element of escapism about it, I think, that footballers love.
With golf, anything can happen.
That excites you.
It's the closest thing I think you can get to playing football.
A game that you play against yourself, and for so many of these icons it's been a great outlet for that competitive juice they still have within them that never retires. Maybe physically they can't be what they were, certainly mentally, as we've seen this week. That still lives in them. Tevez down the left side and in some real bother.
How can it not be the greatest game of all, Nick? Man against the elements.
Absolutely.
Go on, Phil.
Figo, third shot. Missed the green with his second and a wedge in hand, and that will be to, well, it'll be to win the hole. Theo Walcott still not on the green for 3.
Phil Jones, safety first, going with the hybrid, just trying to hit the fairway here. Get off to a good start. Crowd likes it.
Good move, wasn't it? That's a big hybrid into the breeze as well.
He's a big boy. You wouldn't want to go up against him.
A couple of linebackers, Joe Hart and Phil Jones, are seeing them playing together this week. Up ahead, fourth shot, and tell you what, if he can pop it in, it'll be a hard-earned 5, that, and it might be enough to keep him in this hole with Figo's shot.
Figo 7 or 8 feet left here. 4 apart will be to win the hole. Walcott couldn't bring home a point for Team England day 1. Salvaged a half point alongside Jermaine Dennis this morning.
You feel very differently there, don't you? These two, if they do end up getting a half here, the thing about the head drops, well, I don't know if Figo's that sort of player, to be fair, to drop his head, but how you'd feel kicking yourself that you haven't won the first when you're playing partner. It's such a terrible tee shot. And Theo, well, tail would be up, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. If he managed to sneak out of here with no blood, he'll take it. After rinsing it into the water off the tee. Radar loves his putting stroke, so let's see what he can do. Oh, yes. Pours it in.
A little fist pump and a look back to his partner.
So there we have it. Some green on the board for the world. Well done, Luís Figo. 1-0 up on Walcott through the first, but those top 2 games, it is England with the very slender advantage. What's the story here on the first for Tevez, Wayne?
He's taken the drop. This is take 3. Draft in 2, got himself an 8-iron. Off the back foot, trying to trap it. Hands forward.
Oh.
unlucky there. That was pretty good contact, but tough start for one of the world players on an afternoon where they need as much help and as much points as they can get.
The other one.
Hybrid 232. Phil Jones with some speed and power. 77 yards. And this is where we've seen these players shine. Short irons in their hands, wedges. The swing becomes much more compact. Footwork looks better. They don't overswing. Look to see this inside of 20 feet.
And really shouldn't be too difficult from here. 77 yards, just a sand wedge in hand. Played some good golf this morning.
Won't be an issue. This won't be going anywhere near the flag. I'd imagine this is 20 feet left of it.
Good call, Radar.
He gets one
pick it
right
up.
now.
I'd imagine they're going to go pick it. Well, no. We've got Tevez with a chip, haven't we? He could chip it in.
Now, every football supporter remembers this classic Chelsea shirt. Wasim here has two of them, and he's celebrating 30 years as a Chelsea fan. Wasim, tell us why you love Chelsea.
The first thing is that I like Chelsea because of the players. And the first player I like is Gullit. So you can see here. Yes, so Ruud Gullit is start from 1995, so almost 30 years now. And the second one is all Chelsea fans love is Sola, original one. And here you can see
original shirt.
Yes, original shirt, the original everything. So in FA Cup here, the winner.
Wasim, congratulations on 30 years. Celebrate well.
Oh, fantastic. Max out there bringing us the stories from the course, and so many of them revolve around these fans who are out to see their heroes. And well, there he is, Ruud Gullit, Chelsea superstar. Wasn't just there though. He was obviously Milan at a very special time. Played against, or with rather, Van Basten, Baresi. What a star. Right, Tevez.
Chip this in, make a 5, put the pressure on Jones, and it's well done, but it should be a Team England point right there. Of course, Carlos Tevez having a lot of success at Man United, but we'll build up the Man City-Man United rivalry here.
Yeah, he might be trying to think about it like it's Man City, Man United, because he needs to have a bit of an edge against Jones. To be fair, nothing against Phil. He's played quite nicely, but you would fancy Tevez in that fixture between those two.
Yeah, I think if you look at the way he's played so far this week, lots of putts going in, some good quality iron shots.
Back to the first. Match 6, Jermaine Jenis. He's up against Forlan. Hit a hummer down here this morning.
He hits it a long way.
Almost hit Sergio Garcia in the heart. That's how far it went. We'll get relief, or they might move that board there.
Quite incredibly, as much as he's a very handy golfer, he's also now a professional tennis player, which is remarkable. Makes you sick, doesn't it, the talent they've all got?
I tell you what, Nick, thank heavens it's nice and cool out here. It's just hit 40.
Should we send a drink out for you, Wayne?
No, I've got plenty. I've been looked after this week incredibly well, as we all have. We will come again.
Left here this morning. And I believe that's the same again.
I think Jermaine will feel a little bit disappointed with his haul of points this week, because he is one of the stronger players, certainly in ability on the English side. Hasn't quite happened to this point, so looking for it to come good this afternoon. For a win for Paul Scholes, to edge ahead of Berger.
He one-hands the one after the miss that was longer than the first one.
Hey, Eddie.
So needing something good to happen in the early stages, the world side, it's not quite happened yet. However, you can see from the scoring there, there's nothing in these games, just one in it across those first games on the golf course. And one ahead is what Lee Sharp finds his position here. Ball above him, slightly awkward. Come out a little left on him.
They're not used to hitting an approach shot from the rough either. Everyone talking about how well he's been driving the ball. Missed the green, but it's not too bad. 1 point advantage over his opponent, Ruud Gullit, early on. He's the favourite, Lee Sharp.
Just a stunning golf course, incredible condition. A lot of that down to Kenny Mackay, who is the head greenkeeper, superintendent at Wentworth Club, where we play the flagship event on the DP World Tour, the BMW PGA Championship, and we know that's a remarkable golf course and all part of the Reignwood group. And they are obviously our kind sponsor here, the Icons of Football, and they've been wonderful hosts throughout the week. It's like a town, this place, rather than Reignwood Park. It's the home ground for this match, but there's a school here, an incredible school as well, Claude, and you've got a setup there, golf setup.
Yeah, we do. The KIS International School. We're going to be helping them with their golf program, trying to help junior golfers improve. Really excited about partnership with the Reignwood Group and Robbinswood. Now Diego Forlan, he was left this morning. Same result this afternoon.
It's never your ball, is it? You'll find 5 or 6, but it's never yours.
Got to be careful too. We'll find some other things slithering around in there.
Whilst they hunt for the ball, moseying back towards that tee. And Nemanja Vidic will be up against God next in Robbie Fowler. Harry's affectionately known at Anfield across his career. Cop singing his name for so many seasons. Giving the people here what they came for as well. Big support, huge Liverpool fan base in Thailand. Part of Liverpool's treble-winning season as well, 2000, 2001, the FA Cup, League Cup, and the UEFA Cup.
Yeah. How many Manchester United fans? It's the contest when the players come on now. Who can make more noise for their player, whether it's Vida or Robbie?
Be a great clash this. Of course, there is that rivalry of Manchester United. Nemanja Vidic, such a strong player for them, a leader and a captain.
I like how Robbie's not signing the Man United jerseys. They're hanging him down. He's not signing them. I like that.
Never a good look. Unfortunately, it's going to be another penalty drop. We've seen a couple already from Theo Walcott.
It was way right on number 1. It's left here at 2. Point down to Luís Figo. Good angle, does have a shot here.
Tough to get any spin coming out of the rough like that. Got to run all the way to the back edge, and it'll still be his turn to play.
Up against it early on, Theo Walcott. Now Lee Sharp. We saw it just a little down the right side, an understandable miss from the awkward stance to this point, but then in with the next putt and a win on the hole. So there you go, the first player to nudge it a couple ahead. 2-0 up on Ruud Gullit.
But it's just like, you know,
Long way to run. We must be getting close to our 3 minutes now, gents.
Yeah, with Jermaine Jennings. 10 metres off the green with his 10 yards off the green with his tee shot. Could be a concession here.
It's interesting. There's quite a huge amount of fans on the ground here watching as well. And you know what? It's one of the perks of professional golf, isn't it? And I found this. So whenever you hit it in the junk, there's those people to find it for you, which isn't the case in amateur golf or weekend warriors that you see.
Gary Evans would have loved that.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, that was one of the issues when the PGA Tour came back from COVID with no fans. I mean, you were used to hitting the golf ball offline, and you could find it. And when players were hitting it offline, and then the other thing, there was just no energy because there were no fans out there. So helps you with your ball, but also gives you that good energy to keep you going.
And talking about that energy as well, it's one of the things that's made it exciting for these players here this week is having this many people watching them. It's just added, sure, to the nerves, but also to the excitement. There's been plenty of it.
You know, all these players have had a busy week. Robbie Fowler last night, after playing his 2 rounds of golf, made his way down to BG Pathum United versus Wang Thong United's local Thai game.
Well, taking that time whilst they are looking for that, and we just heard from Wayne there that he's going to be making it, he'd have to go back to the tee. So it gives more time for Nemanja and Robbie to sign the autographs for the fans here. Would you sign if you were a Liverpool player, would you sign a Man U shirt?
Why not?
Would you?
Yeah, fans are fans.
Yeah, but what if you don't like their taste in tea?
Price you got to pay for being famous, I guess.
Well, we should get in touch with us. Let us know if you had the opportunity and you're a Man United player or fan or whatever. Would you sign another team shirt? Or would you turn away from it in disgust? Wayne Riley's there now, so they must have had an idea it's in the penalty area because there's a penalty drop happening. Wayne, what's the dealio here? We can see it just creeping into shot. He's having a chat with Sergio. He's not interested in us. He's got Sergio there.
No, I got you. They've got a rule this week that if you know it went into that love grass type stuff, that if you know it went in there, which it did, it means you can take a drop, even though it didn't go in the red-lined penalty area. So a fortunate break. So he's got himself a wedge. And the wind has just lulled. So still a chance to get it up and down. Genus in wonderful position down there on the left-hand side. Now this is a sclaff, front left.
Well, I guess it's not too bad. There is it's not out of the hole.
What a tee shot, Wayne. 290 off the tee.
36. Put this thing to bed. Bounce it on there, release it up to it, and look at him in the eyes and going, do you want to have another crack just for practice, son, because I've come to play?
He's going to win this first hole by some margin by the looks of it. Really good start for Jermaine Jenis.
Second hole and Theo Walcott. Oh, looks like one of mine there. And that will be a victory, almost certain victory for Luís Figo and the world team.
I think we just saw there why so many players have chosen the putter off the green. It's very easy to chunk it in front of you, cut so tightly.
It's also, isn't it, when players struggle with chipping, their instinct tells them to put it further and further back in the stance to try and trap it.
Team England,
Worst thing we can do sometimes.
Manchester United's kryptonite, and against him, the man of steel. One of the strongest defenders the Premier League ever saw. One of the strongest defenders international football ever saw. Please welcome Robbie Fowler and Nemanja Vidic.
He's been a strongman for the world side, undefeated through the series of 3 games so far. Half his match this morning. And won both on the first day.
So he's got plenty of length to get there, but going with the iron for safety. Just trying to hit the fairway here.
I like it. I'm surprised more players haven't tried it. I mean, a bottleneck's down there when you hit any kind of wood, and that's why they're wearing out the left-hand side of this first hole. So I just really do like this. It's an iron and a 9-iron at the most. Good play.
Iron for safety, and he finds the water.
On the tee for Team England, Robbie Fowler.
He's got his work cut out today, Vidic, because Robbie Fowler, certainly when it comes to the iron plate, has been somewhat peerless this week. Some cracking shots, including the very best of the bunch in our $10 million swing yesterday. Hit it to 6 feet 8 inches, a Peter Crouch away from $10 million.
It just goes to show you the confidence he has in his game. His opponent in the water, but he's still going to choose driver.
For some people, the poke down there, the little steer with the iron, actually can be more scary than the teeing it high and letting it fly with the driver.
Well,
Robbie?
Yes.
You've had a great dance partner in Incy. You've had a lot of success. You're miles ahead on the scorecards right now, but now you're on your own. It's singles time. You relish in that challenge.
Yes, I think I'm an I'm not saying I'm brilliant, but I'm all right. I know how to get round. So I think I'm mentally quite good, knowing really what I need to do. Plus, we've got the skipper who'll push us and help us and guide us along the way as well. So I know I'm speaking like a proper golfer here. But you know what? I've massively enjoyed it. It's been brilliant. The team ethic is brilliant. Individuals is when we can get a lot more points as well. So fingers crossed we do well.
Bit sweeter knowing the Man United connection there.
I didn't really want to mention that until later on in the round, to be honest, you know what I mean? But absolutely.
We might come back to you on that. Robbie, go enjoy.
Liverpool Man United, and there's certainly a bit of an edge to Liverpool there on that opening hole for Fowler. Well, here we are. This is our current situation. Genis about to go 1-0 up in that first match. In that match against Diego Forlan as well. And it's been a good start for the English. And a healthy lead, doubling up the points that have been accrued by the world so far. It is 44-22 and needs a minor miracle from the world to get back into this. There's Figo there.
Another good iron shot. He's hit some good shots these last 2 days.
Quite a day out this for Theo Walcott, because there's obviously this is a game of golf, but there'll be a huge amount of respect and, well, I'm sure probably an idol when he looks at Figo.
It'd be, if you're a footballer, it'd be hard not to fanboy on Luís Figo. I mean, he's such an iconic champion, won everywhere he's played. Theo Walcott not having his best stuff so far.
No, he's just got to gather himself. Take a few deep breaths, try and settle down. It's been a rough start for Theo, unfortunately.
I think you got to try and pull the shorts down at this point because the high shorts aren't working. Maybe change the mojo up.
Carlos Tevez already 1-0 down to Phil Jones.
Hold a long putt here in the morning session yesterday. Awfully close again. Gee, he rolls it well.
It's a concession. And another point for Jones. Really is an exquisite structure, and that is the Chinese palace. So Reignwood Group very proud of its Chinese ancestry. It's an exact replica of the Hall of Benevolence and Longevity in Beijing's Summer Palace. And we were there a little earlier in the week for the captain's barbecue when they announced the partnerships for the first day. That feels an awful long time ago. There's been an awful lot of good golf shots hit since that point.
Yeah, Robbie Fowler just coming up a little bit short there, but I like what he said, Nick. He knows how to manage his game. He kind of likes being in control. He's not going to really try and do what he doesn't do. And I think that's part of being a really good player, is just understanding which strengths, weaknesses, just playing to them.
Ropey start for Theo Walcott.
Better rhythm there. That was his third. It wasn't a bad shot.
More than capable. We've seen plenty of good golf from Theo through the week. He's got runs of playing some really nice stuff, but he's got to get past Figo. He'll be tough to beat. And also there's that element, Claude, as you sort of nudged on there, of him just looking up so much to an icon in Figo. For Theo, it's quite the day out, that.
Absolutely. Playing with probably one of his heroes. Definitely want to try and beat him on the golf course.
Found the water off the tee, Nemanja Vidic. It appears he's just avoided it with his third, so fourth now. At least needs to get it up and down. Advantage Robbie Fowler.
Back to the tee. Next up, Paul Ince. He's up against David Ginola.
Well, we didn't see a lot of that yesterday. A little out of sorts, but Paul Ince came to play today on day two. Driving it good.
Spanked down the middle. The governor off to a good one.
Well, Ince and Fowler 6-point winners over Ginola and Berger this morning. So Ince, you would think, with a little bit of the mental edge. David
Less than
Ginola.
driver, I would think.
Yeah, Iron Wayne.
Yeah, okay. I like it, but I said that the last time. Water down the right-hand side. Pull it, and there's a bunker awaiting for a club of this length.
Right.
And that won't reach the bunker. It's a long way back, but look, it's dry. Still has a chance.
In theory, that strategy is very good. In reality, it's not seeming to play out that way, boys.
It's not, is it? And we've seen a couple of terrific drivers up there. Jermaine Janice, Paul Ince, Robbie Fowler.
It's worth saying as well, that is a highly pressurised environment that they're not used to. And without wanting to be mean, we've seen some pretty rough shots off that first tee.
He's trying to trick me with that shot, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I think David should just take driver out.
I think David's trying to suck me in with that one.
Things will get better.
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable environment. It's, even at professional level, always the most nervous a top-level professional feels is right before they go out on that first tee up, the pinnacle of that being the Ryder Cup. Players talking about being unable to get the ball on the tee peg, hands are trembling so much. So for these guys, this is their Ryder Cup. But once they've got off and running, we've seen some really good quality golf. Much of it been played by this man. There's a chance to win the hole.
Good roll. Never missing, was it? Another point on the board for Team England early on. Par 3 fifth. This is the home hole for Team England. Teddy Sheringham has got the early 1-point advantage over his opponent, Ronald de Boer. If you're just joining us for the first time, if Team World can win this hole, they get double points. That's going to be hard to do after that tee shot from Teddy Sheringham. So steady.
Yeah, hard to imagine you losing this hole if you can make a 3. Teddy's almost guaranteed that, right into the heart of the green. Quite the honour as well of being sent out first. I mean, that is a massive confidence booster in your captain picture. Lee Westwood and Sergio Garcia very much involved in the selection of the order of these players. A little further down the order, back to the first.
219. Back into the puff. Ball below his feet. Water right, bunker left.
Oh, stay there. You lucky devil.
Might be a little awkward stance there for David Ginola.
He might have to be careful. He's not wet after the next one. Nick, I would think this is a better flag for a left-hander. Ronald de Boer, he can hit a little left-handed draw in there.
Ron, fuck. Apologies for the language there. Not his best. He's missed quite a lot of the face with that one.
El Hotel.
You know what, he's been thinking a lot about his swing this way. It's not a good place to be, is it, when you want to play well, having to think too much about how you do it.
Figo. At the third. Won the first 2 holes. And a half there. Still 2 points ahead, but you don't want to see those left short.
Fell in love with the line.
We've seen that a lot this week.
I wonder if that translates to never up, never in.
Well, we saw him hole a bunker shot yesterday in the afternoon. But this is going to be a double camel for Ronald de Boer.
Second chance at trying to hole a bunker shot, sadly, for Ronald. And far from stealing the away win on the England hole, it's going to go the other way. Could be a home win. In fact, Sheringham will have to do a lot of work at this moment, and at least a couple for it.
Second shot for Paul Ince. We saw him hit a really good one here at the first this morning. Take
amazing.
That, middle of the green.
Amazing Paul Ince. I mean, so when we watched him play for United all those years, he was like, he'd look at you, like his looks could kill, he'd just strangle you. But the thing is, as a man, he's just totally different. He's just such a placid, nice fella. I mean, it's quite incredible.
Yeah, gentle, jovial, isn't he, Wayne, when you spend time around him, but I think competition brings out that ferociousness in him. Certainly was that for Manchester United. Now, Ginola, this one looks awkward.
Easy to decelerate on this and leave it short. He gave it the gas. That's what you had to do out of that line.
There are 4 singles matches.
Wasn't bad. It's not a bad effort.
Match number 9.
Giving himself a chance for a par.
Team England, a Premier League winner. He's one of the finest goalkeepers this football has ever produced. And against him, a Turkish legend, a champion for Real Madrid, a 2-time Bundesliga winner as well. Please welcome Joe Hart and Hamid Altintor.
Now, these are the 2 highest handicaps together. but they have done a mighty fine job because arguably they're also the ones with the most to lose in terms of making themselves look silly, being embarrassed, playing bad golf. But as Joe Hart said so beautifully, I'm never afraid to let one go between my legs. And obviously a goalkeeping term there, of which he was a brilliant one. But the willingness to fail is one of the main reasons why he's been so successful.
Yeah, I think that was a really good point yesterday. He's put himself on the line, and I think he's grown in confidence and stature as this tournament has gone on. He's hit a lot of really good shots, won a lot of points this morning. And I think Hamid Altop's been quite impressive as well.
Yeah, he's hit some really good shots. He's made some putts when it's counted. You can see his confidence has grown through each of these sessions as they've progressed. Just hoping to find the fairway here.
Yes, good shot.
There we go, he likes that one.
On the tee for Team England, Joe Hart.
Top, obviously a Turkish legend, but a Bayern Munich player, really, where he did a lot of his damage with 2 Bundesliga titles. And for Joe Hart, part of that amazing Manchester City team that was so successful, 4 times winner of the Golden Gloves in the Premier League.
Good at Celtic as well.
Yeah, good. Only just retired as well, Wayne. But very much eyes on his golf here. Driver in hand.
Have it!
What a great shot.
More of that, please, Joe. He's been a revelation, hasn't he, through the week? That's what it means. That's what it means to the guys this week. That's how much they are into this. They are dialed in.
He has been putting in so much work, and to come out and perform and hit the right shot at the right time. So happy for him.
Up ahead at the 4th to halve the hole for Ruud Gullit for Team World. That's going to be a 3-point advantage to Lee Sharp and Team England.
Getting away from Gullit, that one. Up against a scratch golfer in Lee Sharp.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it, Nick? Ruud Gullit knows he's got to hit quality golf shots, and Lee Sharp's not going to make a lot of mistakes, that's for sure.
Birdie putt for Jermaine Jenis, a winner of the opening hole. And he's done it again here at 2. He'll be very, very keen to show what he's capable of this afternoon because it hasn't quite eventuated so far.
All smiles. Why wouldn't there be? It is going the way of England. Again, it's been a bit of a theme through the week. They've just had a little bit too much for the world. Of course, there is time. There are a lot of points. Every single hole won is worth 1. It's doable, but it's going to take something unbelievable.
Lee Sharp, 3-point lead over Ruud Gullit. On his home hole here, the par 3 5th. Is that going left? By a long way.
That's a wide one for Lee. We haven't seen him miss one that wide with an iron.
Potential opening of the door for Team World.
What does he get with the little step forward here, Claude? What does Ruud get out of that little move he's got?
Well, I think it's just kind of a key to help him get through it, because the tendency I think he's got is to hang back on it, and then the body stops, and then the arms and the golf club get active. So it's a drill that I actually use a lot with players to try and get them to feel that weight transfer. Just a little unlucky there to find the bunker. But he's definitely played better today than he did yesterday. It's got to be encouraging for him.
There's been a lot of that. Wet towel on the neck, trying to keep him cool. It's been fairly tough going out there in terms of trying to keep your concentration, fluids up.
I mean, the majority of these competitors have come from somewhere in Europe as well, where it is winter. It has been winter. Going to get more extremes in climate.
Well, match 2 certainly leaning the way of Lee Sharp right now. A jacked Joe Hart after a lovely tee shot. So get underway here.
That's one of the best shots we've seen him hit. Let out a big yell. Wouldn't it be great if he could just follow it up here with a really good iron shot? These are the shots that he seems to right now seem to be able to control. We saw him hit a really nice one in on his final hole this morning in the morning matches. So it helps him feel like the backswing is just a little bit shorter, and then his footwork, the big thing for Joe Hart, trying to feel that left foot stable, hit down on it, don't try and help the ball in the air with the irons. That's the tendency.
It's a tough shot. It's pretty close. Easy to fat this or knife it.
Well, Radar, that's a good call. We've seen that 3 times already from the fairway. Players hitting it fat short of the green. He still is in the box seat on this hole, but should have really been hitting the green from there. Another gentle giant, Joe Hart, but he's an intimidating-looking presence, isn't he, to come up against?
Yeah, ask Nigel de Jong from this morning. He was towering over him in the interview, coming off the first.
The 3rd shot here. So we're pretty much on as even at this stage between these two on this first hole. Can he get his first shot in, put some pressure on Hart? Get it inside 5-6 feet would be lovely. Oh, he's done that. He's done that. That's a beauty.
You wonder whether he could have hit the same sort of shot had Joe Hart hit one in there relatively close with his second. He just opened up the door for Alton Top. He's taken advantage.
On the tee for Team England, Bill Jagielka.
Well, felt rough yesterday. Dehydration, serious cramps going on. Used an IV to try and get himself ready for today. More credit to him for pegging it up. Both series as well.
On the tee for Team 12, Nigel de Jong.
Jagielka up against Nigel de Jong, Man City icon.
I've been impressed with his speed with the driver. Doesn't necessarily always hit it straight, but definitely has some good power. Uses the ground, uses his legs. Oh, he likes that. Goes for the early tee. Right down the middle.
Had some bend about it.
Like that.
See you later, brother.
He's improved a lot. Is it 2 good ones down here today because they hit 2 along the floor on the first day?
Yeah, he's definitely been very impressive. He was saying the other day he rarely gets a chance to play anymore.
Top match.
Yeah, the shoulders tend to get just a little bit on the open side for Ronald de Bourne. That just makes the strike inconsistent, but there we go. That's what we want to see. Great shot there.
That's the best one we've seen here today. We saw a couple of crackers yesterday, but tough pit on the right. It's a beauty.
Sheringham not out of that hole, mind you. He still has an opportunity of his own. You can see in just behind it, but certainly an advantage to de Bourne.
2nd to 3 for Jermaine Jenas. He's been driving the ball really, really well.
Birdie start as well, Claude. Oh, that could be 3 in a row.
Right at it. Look at that. Dialed in the afternoon.
Ahmed Alton Top, a par putt on the opening hole. Up against Joe Hart. To the right. Believe that putt was for the win. So that will be tied first hole. Hasn't been too many of those.
And Joe will feel like he's let one get away there. As much as Altentop had a putt for a win, it was Joe in great shape off the tee. Slightly poor wedge shot for him, so nothing in it in that game as they march towards the second. Up ahead in that top match, it made its way to the sixth now. And you feel like Teddy might need to pop this one in if he's to get anything out of this hole.
Yeah, he's going to need to make a long-range one. Should try to sneak a little bit back to the right at the end. All about the pace here, though. Talked to him last night. He said he just loved putting on these greens. You feel like you can make putts when the greens are this good. You just need to start it on the right line. And sometimes the speed takes care of itself. Just losing speed there and then swing on it from left to right.
You know, putting, looking at the holes he has this week, completely get the theory of it. Great way as well to have real feedback for feel. When it matters, slightly more worrying that you might hit it somewhere towards the left side, the right side of the putt at the top of the golf ball, isn't it? I mean, it takes a bit of courage.
It does. Claude's been really waxing lyrical about it all week long, and I agree. I mean, I think it's you rarely get the speed wrong anyway when you do that as well. It's very natural. For De Boer, he can't take advantage.
Missed chance there. Can't really afford to miss those opportunities when they get them, the world team. Shame off a beautiful second shot as well.
Now Ruud Gullit for the win at the fifth. Can he get it done? Hit it, hit it. Yes, there we go.
Some emotion from the Dutch icon. Pulls one back on Lee Sharp. That's an away win. 2 points for Team World.
And at the same time as well, we see that Teddy Sheringham found some bother on that sixth hole, so in the end they had 2 putts for the win, De Boer, so he gets his own point. Now 2-1 in that top match.
Look at this shot.
A little bit of a run from Team World right here.
And Nigel de Jong spinning it back at the first.
That's a lot of spin to get from a relatively short distance.
It just shows you got to have that speed at the bottom to get that spin. You don't have speed, ball does not check. It's probably the biggest question I get asked all the time, Nick, as an instructor. How do I spin the golf ball around the greens?
This man generates plenty. And he's trying to generate a third straight birdie to start the singles for another win.
Oh, he is feeling it, walking it in, 3 in a row.
Claude, you have an academy here. What's the course record? Because he's on it right now.
Well, I can tell you, I've never shot the course record.
Thank you, man. I knew it was good when it came up. I was like, sweet.
When my dad and his brothers were younger, my grandfather has the course record at the famous Seminole. And every time they'd go play, he'd say, boys, let me know what hole you get to when you shoot 60. I made it all 18.
International, a Premier League Player of the Year. One of the best technical players the Premier League and international football ever saw. Please welcome Jimmy Bullard and Gianfranco Zola!
Now this, gents, I've got to say, is the match that I'm most excited to see. They're all important. Jimmy Bullard has been the best golfer out of the 24. However, a nudger, a strategist in Zola, he has been solid, consistent, and might just wear Jimmy down.
Well, we're going to see 2 different personalities here, right? We're going to see Jimmy being aggressive, loud, tons of confidence, and then Gianfranco Zola just steady.
And of course, Jimmy Bullard is favourite. If you've been watching the golf he's played across the session so far, he has been standout.
And if you're watching this morning, I do not want to see those shorts around the chest again on the final hole from Jimmy Bullard.
I can't unsee that,
no,
unfortunately.
So,
bad dreams.
Wayne, he's got the hybrid in hand here, Gianfranco, so playing it the smart way.
Yeah, this is the group I'm going with, and the wind's just picked up, so just find the fairway, wriggle one down there.
It's a fairly tasty move, isn't it?
He rarely misses the fairway. He rarely misses a green. That's going to put the pressure on Gullit.
Oh, he's bringing the chief out, Radar.
Yeah. Well, it widens the further you go down there, so he can eliminate that. Most players can't eliminate the bunker down the left wing with the driver. A few can. Well, half of these players can, half can't, but he can. He can aim it just to the left edge of the green side bunker and just waltz on it with the flag over there on the right-hand side. It's not a bad spot to miss it left, so I can't see this going right.
Well, the self-professed postman this week, Jimmy Bullard, he has delivered throughout.
Watching it closely.
Tight line. And the same outcome as this morning.
Oh, he's going to be hating that.
Is that let's hear from him.
Jimmy, Gianfranco, mano y mano on the final day. Singles, you relish this, Jimmy. This is the world you live in.
Do I? Just put it straight in the drink. I've hit this twice on this hole now. What a great man, though. I've been looking forward to it. As soon as I see the draw, I'm like legend. You know what I mean? So this is going to be great for me. Going to be great.
Gianfranco, you're a humble man. You never like to, you like to get...
like me.
Not quite, Jimmy, not quite. But you do... this must feel nice to twist the knife in one of the better golfers on the England side. To beat him would be perfect. It's a clash of styles and personalities.
I think I got drunk only once in my life, and I think tonight is going to be the second one, because when I'm going to get hold of his mentality, already I'm starting here, thereby it will be fantastic.
Strong words. I know you don't really want to do this to a legend and someone you respect, but are you going to twist the knife? Are you going to do this? Are you going to put another point on the board, deliver it like the postman? Because the postman was late this morning.
Yeah, he was late. I'm going to rephrase that question. I do want to twist it, yeah, really, really, really do. Yeah. I've got to bring a point home, right? I want to beat him so bad. I want to beat everyone I play against, you know what I mean, Josh? Especially him. He's good. He beat me earlier. Him and Bats beat us properly, so I want to get me home back.
We got Steady Eddie over here, the magician, and we got Jimmy, the postman. Let's see who wins, guys. Thank you very much. Go enjoy. I look forward to seeing you in the bar later. Maybe not you, Jim.
Great stuff. A great battle between friends, that'll be. De Jong.
What a start for Nigel de Jong.
Team World are looking a little bit stronger, certainly in the tail matches.
It's still lopsided at the moment, though. Just one more match to head out onto the golf course. It's a beauty as well. It's Chelsea's John Terry up against the icon in Batistuta in that anchor match. Couple of healthy advantages as well in some of those more central games. Jones and Jennings both 3-0 up, and it's about trying to find the point right here where it sort of decided to not be over terra firma anymore.
Well, I think these last two matches I'm really looking forward to. I think we're going to see a lot of quality golf shots. Really surprised there from Jimmy Bullard. Rinsed it into the water in the morning. You know that would have been driving him nuts. He pulls out driver after Zola, knocks it in the middle of the fairway with a hybrid, and then he rinses it again.
It's just too enticing, though, isn't it? When you're a good golfer, you see that and you think, yes, I'm going to smoke this right into the heart of that green, take the applause on the first tee.
Well, especially when you've done it in practice rounds as well, like Jimmy Bullard did. But I would say that Gianfranco Zola is probably one of the hardest opponents you could play in match play, because you know that he's going to be in play all the time. You know that he's not going to put himself out of a hole, so you've got to go and get the job done. And any mistake like Jimmy just made is going to be punished.
Well, you're right there, Ewan. Gianfranco Zola, definitely the type of player that doesn't really do a lot, that is going to beat himself. He's steady, he understands his game, plays within himself, plays to his strengths too. I think that's hugely important as a player.
Outside chance for a 4 there for Jimmy Bullard. So not out of this hole yet, which will depend on the approach, though, of his opponent.
Zola's going to hit this to 15, 20 feet, especially with a little short club in his bag, just under 110 radar.
Well, you just said he's going to hit it to 10 or 15 feet. Okay. I'll go with that.
Ball in the air there for Gianfranco Zola, and he hits it between 10 and 15 feet away. It's a beautiful.
I think that was a good shout, Claude. Not bad.
I have done this before.
Yeah, you have, yeah.
He has the advantage. Jimmy Bullard's approach, it's good, and it's an outside chance for a 4, so it's not over that hole, but certainly a huge advantage to Gianfranco Zola. Ahead to Theo Walcott, down to Figo.
Yes, by 2 points, he needs to make something happen. Struggling with the ball striking, and that is much better. Theo Walcott, a shot of the day contender right there. That's a tough pin.
Well, this was just a few moments ago. On this hole, Paul Scholes from the wrong side of the bunker.
No.
Oh my God. But everything right about that.
You can't do that unless you're the Ginger Prince, I guess.
He thought that was in the bunker, I can promise you. But what a great shot.
Patrick Berger just saying to Scholes there, if I don't chip in, you can pick it up. This is his 3rd shot.
Gave it a good run. Comes up a little short. That'll be conceded.
1-1. In that Liverpool-Manchester United match. Up early watching the Icon series. Like it's the final day of the Masters. Strangely hooked on it. It has been interesting for all of us watching, isn't it? Because you think, well, hang on. Am I just going to be watching amateurs play golf here? But it's a bit different, isn't it? Because as much as, yes, they are amateurs, very, very good ones, they're athletes too. And with that comes a certain mentality of a sports person that actually makes it highly compelling because you know what it means to these guys.
Absolutely. Jimmy Bullard embodies that. He wants to win so badly.
Not the start he was envisioning, and I'd imagine pick it up. It is. Team World with the point on the board early.
It's also highly relatable golf, isn't it? It's real golf. It's not what the 0.0001% of the best players in the game do, which we see so often on TV.
Lee Sharp at 6 for par. About 15, 20 feet. Just slides it by.
We've seen a couple of concessions in a row there. Going in favour.
At a 3-point lead. Just 2 holes to go Lee Sharp, an away win and followed up by another win for Gullit. It's tied.
Final group, John Terry. Found the water this morning. Same strategy though, driver.
John Spencer! Daryl Hannah!
John.
He fouled it yesterday as well. That's 3 out of 4 matches.
Well, he hit it in the dead centre, sadly, of the lake.
Well, Batistuta will just hit his patented little fade. I like his setup. It reminds me a little bit the setup of Hale Irwin, 3-time U.S. Open champion. Aims right and then just comes over it, but he does it every single time.
Much like the man in front of him in Zola as well. Very reliable golfer. It's going to be quite a tough opponent out there for John Terry today.
Yeah, that's fine.
Make some noise for Gabriel Batistuta, John Terry.
Yep. Team England have got their work cut out in the last 2 matches.
And Lee Westwood.
The captain's work on the first tee is done. They've seen all of their players, the 12 men. They've given them the advice. They've given them the team talk. They've sent them on the way, and it's now up to them. Battigol heading down that first hole. He's been a pleasure to watch. One of the best players, you'd have to say, on Team World this week.
Well, when we watch golf week in and week out, Nick, we see the best players in the world and we marvel at the birdies and the bogeys. But the players that are playing well this week, lots of pars, nothing crazy.
Well, it was 2 putts for the win for Theo Walcott, so 1 not needed. He claws 1 point closer to Luís Figo.
Lights the ship a little bit there. He
Better,
needed
wasn't
that.
it? Yeah, what a proper shot that was into the green as well, and he needed something like that.
He does, yeah. He struggled with the ball striking the first few holes. Just the spark he needed, perhaps.
Oh, thank you for choosing to spend your Sunday with us. We've got a treat for you. Icons of football playing this wonderful game in the sunshine of Thailand. It's friendly, but it's competitive. It's been quite the cauldron, the first hole. A lot of pressure, and because of that, sometimes they don't find their best stuff. Goodness me, it looks like fireworks on New Year's Eve.
Well, you could land a 747 between Mr. Tevez's ball and Theo Walcott's ball.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted their names attached to where they finished somehow.
You know Jimmy Bullard doesn't want the middle of the lake to be where his ball finished.
You see the strategy down, some of these players with less than driver off the tee, making that fairway as big as possible, playing away from the water, but some of the players with length pushing it towards the green. Obviously, Jimmy more than capable at leaking it, but Jermaine Jenis, you'd have to say, with arguably the most impressive tee shot down there.
And he's the hottest man on the course right now, Nick. 3 birdies in a row, birdies at 1, 2, and 3. Off to a great start against Diego Forlan. But I think it's just, as a viewer, you can learn so much about how to play the game of golf by watching these players. And the players that have played well this week, the Zolas, the Sheringhams, and those players, they've just kept the ball in play. They're not trying to do anything crazy. They're not flag hunting unless they have a short club in their hand. But just a lot of quality golf shots and boring golf. But boring golf is the way to play.
John's got to go hunting here. Probably needs to up and down this to stay in the hole.
Yep, that's right. Found the water, so that's his 3rd shot. And we've spoken several times about what pressure does. Doesn't matter what sport it is. John Terry hit it to 4 feet here in a practice round, made an eagle. 3 out of his 4 matches, he's found the water.
So Gabby Batistuta, understandably conservative with his line after seeing his playing partner find the water.
But I've just been so impressed with his distance control and the way he's been able to control the flight and the spin.
This is Team World's home hole, the 8th par 3, playing 170 yards today. Ronald de Boer, a point down to Teddy Sheringham. Finds the putting surface, puts the pressure back on. Hasn't had his best stuff, but he's right in there.
Yeah, he just hit the green, and now he puts the pressure on Teddy Sheringham. But Teddy, kind of an old veteran, he knows what he needs to do. He really has a great understanding, in talking to him last night about his game and how he goes about it. He has a really good understanding as to what he does, what he can and can't do.
I think that the longevity that these players display during their football careers. I mean, Teddy Sheringham, one of only 5 players to continue playing in the Premier League in their 40s, and here he is now at 58 years of age, displaying great athleticism with his golf game, still playing off a handicap of 4. He's been really the MVP of both sides to this point.
Takes his golf very seriously. It's a game of passion for him. Diligent, very precise about what he does as well.
They like it. 7-iron. Oh, what a good shot. And remember, a win on this hole would be worth double points.
As much as that's added a complexity to keeping track of the scores here this week, I like what it adds in terms of the mentality. It's a chance to maybe push a little harder on the accelerator if you're Team England there with double points up for grabs.
Yeah, and that's the fun part about this format. some volatility built in if you can produce on the par threes. So in the water off the tee, John Terry. Lengthy putt for par. Somehow managed to get this in. That's a good effort from there, from long range. Nicely done.
You get so much of this game's played between the ears, guys. Where do you think, having been an elite level sports person, as all of these guys have, obviously icons of football, what do you think is their advantage they've got from that mentally, perhaps, that helps them be good at this game?
Well, I think to be a great athlete and to be a great sportsman and to be a great footballer, I think the best players expect to make mistakes. They expect to make bad shots, and they learn from those mistakes, where I think a lot of regular golfers, especially from their golf, they don't expect to make bad swings. They don't expect to hit bad shots. And then when they do, they don't really know what to do because they didn't plan for it.
You know what? I haven't seen one player here out the 24 do all week long. Just drop their head when they've hit a really poor shot. They might be annoyed at themselves for a split second, but they're onwards and upwards, resilient.
That's a great point. Excellent point, and an excellent shot from Carlos Tevez. And to your point, Jimmy Bullard hitting it in the water off one, and 10 seconds later he's doing an interview talking about how much he respects Zola.
Now Phil Jones, after a really nice iron shot from Carlos Tevez, trying to keep those legs nice and stable. Tendency is for the legs to move around.
He hit a really good shot here this morning, Claude. It's a good flag for him on the right. That one going left.
It is England's home hole, so there's an element of defending going on here for Phil Jones. Probably the right man for the job, considering his career.
Long putt for Ronald de Boer at the 8th. And opening the door for an away win for Teddy Sheringham.
Speed control, distance control, Nick, we've seen it all week. That's been the key. Players that have putted well on these greens have had that good speed, that good distance control.
They've done pretty well, let's be honest, these are tour speed. They're what they're putting out this week. It won't be something they've had a huge amount of experience on. I'm sure they get invited to play amazing golf courses, right? I mean, because of who they are, but they won't be used to putting at 12.5 on the stim meter very often.
Well, there's a lot of adjustments they've had to make, not just the speed of the greens, but the type of grass, the heat and humidity, all the obligations they've had on and off the golf course, the jet lag.
A really cool story here. That's champion Thongjai JD's son on the bag for Teddy Sheringham. Plays a lot of golf here at Robbinswood. He's part of our junior development program. And I think it's been helpful to have him on the bag for Teddy.
Warrants a 2, this one, doesn't it? It's a lovely iron shot into the green.
Correct. I mean, 2 putts may be good enough, but you'll want this one to drop. He's left himself a little bit of work there, Sheringham.
Just ran that a little bit further on than he would have wanted to.
Back at the 6th, Paul Scholes, birdie putt off the green to win the hole up against Patrick Berger. Walked after it early, but Berger out of this hole and ready to concede. That'll be a point to Team England. What a career. 718 appearances for Man United.
So back over to the 8th. Looked like Ronald de Boer just missed that one, so this will be for the win for Teddy Sheringham. And you would hope he can pay this off after a really quality iron shot right to the middle of this 8th green.
Be annoyed at himself, though, when he's having that much work left.
Double points on offer, and I just, in this sort of situation, I wonder if there's a little bit of over-analysing going on for Teddy Sheringham. He should have seen what the ball was doing past the hole. It should be fairly straightforward. He's trying to look for something here.
I think if this slides by, we'll see a reaction from him, because he will be mad as a wasp if he doesn't capitalise on this opportunity. Fairly simple putt though. The upside is it's back up that hill.
Looked at the ball then. Oh, pulled it. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself after that.
It's not easy out there, Teddy. Yeah, forgive yourself. It's tough to get that speed, but it was a great opportunity. And a sigh of relief for De Boer in that top match. He hangs in there just a point behind Teddy Sheringham. All tied up in that second game. And United up against Liverpool in match 3. Bit more balance to it now, though. Started to turn a little. That was for a half Phil Jagielka. And forgive him for having that pace, quite aggressive. It's a good start for De Jong. It was very red. Starting to now sort of balance out a little in terms of colour. But there's a lot more work to be done because it is a big gap going into the singles.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think those last 3 matches, we're going to see a dogfight in there to really see who wants this. Carlos Tevez to win the hole here at the 5th. He's put it beautifully all week. Is this another one?
Oh, he's never missing, was it? What a beautiful roll. And double points. Ties it up.
What a beautiful putting stroke he's got. Just.
Isn't it funny how we see team momentum shifts? It might not just be one match, it's a few. And that's what we're starting to see here for Team World.
Ironically, we can see it and feel it. But the thing is, they don't know that's going on. But it's almost like it's a universal thing, an aligning of the planets. Anyway, it's starting to edge that way, needed to as well. Jenis on defence here on England's home hole. Good start for him there, and another cracker. What a shot. Well, he saved his best for the singles, that's for sure. Forlan doesn't know what's hitting. The lady's trying to escape a wasp as well by the looks of it. It's all going on.
Patrick, 6-0 defeat this morning. That must be a tough one to take. How have you prepared for this afternoon?
It seems like this morning was like yesterday morning. You know, we didn't really get good results, but I'm hoping that the English lads will be tired this afternoon, and we're going to pick up more points than this morning.
And you and Paul Scholes both very feisty in the midfield. How is that as a partnership?
It's awesome. I like Paul. We played golf together a few times. He's a great lad. So I'm just having fun. I'm enjoying it. You know, it's great to be here. So I absolutely love it. He's a great lad. So I couldn't ask for better guys to play against.
Well, let you go on to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to hear the thoughts of the players out there, rear ends, giving us an insight alongside Patrick Berger. All of them trying their hardest, wanting to be part of the team that's victorious. Remember that the winning team gets the cream jacket, as well as obviously the trophy. The losing team has to put the jacket on the winning team. There's a certain amount of professional pride that goes way above and beyond what's happening here. Competitors in football, that doesn't ever go away, even in retirement, so they will not want to lose. Probably even more than they need to win. Gullit. Oh boy, that was a lot of leg action considering it's a putter. I've got some guests moseying in here next week. Come on, gents, along you come here. You'll get to hear from them very shortly. They're quite special guests. We've levelled up in terms of between us guys, sitting down, I can tell the three of us, we've been world number 1. We've won a major championship as well. how many Ryder Cups between us? 21 Ryder Cups between us, I think, as well. You might have guessed I've contributed absolutely nothing. But next to me, glad to say the captains of both teams here, rest of the world in Sergio Garcia, and England, of course, in Lee Westwood. Sergio, all you got to do, push a little button there, that's it, turn it on, and let's take him through it. What are you thinking so far? I mean, obviously it's a healthy lead for them, Sergio, at the moment, but doable with the points on offer?
Well, the way it's played, you know, there's so many points, and you know, we've been 12 matches. There's so many points to be taken. The problem is that there are also so many points to be lost. And at the moment, you know, we got a few guys doing okay, but obviously the English guys have come out strong, and they build a lead, and you know, it's a
bit bleak, isn't it, mate?
It's tough, but you know, we're not going to give up.
No, absolutely, and things can change. It already has. You know, you guys haven't had the chance to see. You've been up there on the first tee, but there has been a slight shift in momentum towards the world. You just pointing at the scoring computer there, Lee. It looks like a tour score there, doesn't it, for Jermaine Jennings? Birdie, birdie, birdie start. How do you like that?
AJ coming straight out of the blocks with 3 birdies. I mean, it's been a great standard of golf.
It really has.
And it's amazing to see. Well, it's not amazing to see when you think about it, but it's how competitive all the guys are, which you can imagine, you know, during their careers on a football field, they'd have to be ultra competitive to get to the level where they got. So, you know, it's no wonder that it translates into this, because they don't want to sit there tonight and be on the losing side. So, you know, they've taken it seriously, and
how much they want to learn.
Oh yeah, they're like sponges for the asking questions.
You, so what about this? If I move like this, if I move set up like this, it's like, yeah, I know, but just go out there and play. You know, you don't want to be thinking too much.
From your experience, we see Jermaine Jennings here. Again, beautiful tee shot in behind the hole on the par 3. It's a chance to win again, take a healthy advantage. When we're talking singles, from your experience in Ryder Cups, I'm sure you might have relayed this message to them. Can you relay it to us watching? How different does that feel when you get to the singles after the team elements behind you? What's it like? What's the mentality you take to this?
Yeah, it's definitely like, I mean, you're asking me. I mean, you guys know how much I love playing fourballs and foursomes. You know, I love having a teammate next to me and share the good moments and kind of deal with the bad moments together and stuff. When you get to the singles, obviously it's also super important, and you play hard and stuff, but you do feel a little lonely, at least in my case, because you know, you have so much energy when you have that partner there, but you know how important it is. So it's you know, it's a session that you still want to play as well as possible, and probably that's why it's a session where I've done the worst or the least good in Ryder Cup, I guess.
I think when you're an all-time point scorer, you didn't really have a worst session, did you?
No, not really.
Yeah. But it can be a lonely time out there, especially I found if you're out towards the beginning or towards the end. But there are so many points on offer in the singles compared to the first few sessions that it really means so much. And I said to John Terry there going out last, I said, don't worry about how everybody's doing in front of you. You concentrate on your point and, you know, control what you can control. Don't be thinking ahead that, oh, this is going to be over before it gets to me. You know, you try and win your match.
It's been a nice addition to what we see, obviously, with regular match play in professional golf. Home and away holes here. Changes the dynamic of defending a little bit for Team World on the 8th.
Yeah, I like that. I like the home and away holes. Oh, good shot there. Home and away holes, and I like the 18th being worth double. You know, it really keeps everybody focused to the end and adds that little bit of jeopardy on the final hole.
Call the captain. What's that like? So you have a bit of a warm-up in the morning, and I saw that. You guys warming up with wedges, bless you. Like they're going to give you a wedge shot for call the captain. And then at any given moment in all of that time, you're cold, you're in a car, and all of a sudden it's hit this for me, Sergio. What's that like?
Yeah, it's
Sergio didn't even have his golf shoes on this morning when he got called in.
It's fun to stay right. Okay, stay. It is interesting because, yeah, like you said, well, the good thing is that at least the weather is hot. So, you know, you're not hitting a shot for probably 2 or 3 hours, but at least, you know, you made a couple of swings, and and you know you can hit a good one. Funny enough, you know I hit three times, and you know I hit 2 9-irons, obviously one from the thick rough, and a 3-wood, and my best shot was with a 3-wood.
3-wood. It was a beauty though.
It was one of the best shots I've seen in quite some time.
But yeah, it's an interesting thing because then you hit the shot, and then all of a sudden 2 groups later they start calling you, come, hit this, and then you get there with a sad face saying, sorry, I've already used it, and they're like, oh.
We're seeing caps on all the English players today, Lee. I think maybe a little bit of a nod towards what we saw with Phil. How's he getting on? Phil Jagielka battled with hydration.
Do you remember when Tyson Fury got knocked to the ground in the final round? He's bounced up off the canvas today. I didn't think we'd see him this morning, but he's you know, that's what these lads are all about, aren't they? All about bouncing back. And I must admit, when I looked at that match this morning, I thought, well, that's going to be a tough one, and they cruised through it. I think even they were surprised.
Sport has excitement when it has meaning, and you see these guys, this isn't what they made their living from. This is not where their fame came, or the fact that they're icons. From your point of view, how much has it meant to them in what you've witnessed from them as individuals through the week?
Yeah, phenomenal amount. You know, you've got to understand that these were ultra-competitive sportsmen, and they've retired now. And how often will they get to feel that adrenaline rush and that competitiveness and that competitive edge in life now? And it's not that often, but this, you know, they've really made this mean something. They don't want to lose to their mates. They want to have bragging rights. And to have fans here and the feeling on the first tee, you could physically see people shaking, and you know they were truly nervous, and you could see how much it meant to them.
I had to tee up the ball for. Yeah. Oh, that was a good fight.
Paul Ince. Did you see today though? Paul Ince teed it up before his name was called out. I said, just if you're first up, get in there and tee it up. I've used that tactic at the Ryder Cup. Then you don't have to stand there with your hand wobbling around.
I'm going to put a little bit of pressure on my producer here, because I'm hoping he's going to go to it, but I want to talk a little bit about the order in which you put out the players today, if we get a chance at some stage to see how you've laid them out in terms of the 12. How does that work in a mentality for a captain? Obviously you've got a great experience around who you've played for in the past as well. What's the strategy, bearing in mind the situation going out there? How do you build in your mind who goes where?
Yeah, I mean it's a funny little thing, because you can stack it up front and try to you know, get it going as much as possible, but at the same time, if it comes down to the end, you still want to have a couple of solid players that can close it out. So, you know, I think that's you know, you try to go with whatever feels the best, and then at the end of the day, it comes down to the players playing. You know, it's as simple as that. It's like in every Ryder Cup. Obviously, the captains, you can have a better or a little bit not as good captain, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to the players coming out with the goods.
Captain's only as good as the talent he's got to work with. Yeah. So it was a little bit easier for me, because I felt like my team was slightly stronger before the week started, looking at the handicaps. So, I mean, I don't want to say I put my strongest out. I tried to put my strongest out at the start and at the end, you know. But I think undoubtedly, you know, Teddy, Lee Sharp, Paul Scholes, I mean, he's generally so solid. Hopefully he's backed me up by it in a good shot here. Yeah, there you go. And at the end with Jimmy and John, you know, I've put Jags where I have in the third last match, because just to give him a bit more of a break at lunchtime, because he's not feeling very well. So there was method to the madness there a little bit.
How is that as we head across to the 6th hole here? Find Phil Jones going along pretty well, but it changed pretty quick in this one as well. Tevez with the win on the away hole.
On 5, yeah, because he was 3 love down, and he came back nicely. Oh, that looks good. That's
it. It does. Oh, great stroke.
That's in.
He might be sort of spurring himself on, because you could say it's Man U versus Man U there, or you could say if you're Phil Jones and you want to get a bit mean, it's Man U, Man City, because Tevez played for both of them.
Carlos has got it all going on there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
City and United.
How do you build the dynamic in the team room? How have you gone about trying to give these guys, not just because you want to win, but also because you want to give them the experience, give them some of those juices that you felt as Ryder Cuppers over the years?
Yeah, I think that, you know, you try to tell them a little bit about your experiences, what you felt. They felt it in their own way, in their own games. But they're such big golf fans too that you want them to feel a little bit, how you feel in the Ryder Cup and how things work out and what you're thinking about and things like that, and how you try to make them. Or how you try to make your teammates feel throughout the Ryder Cup, So that's pretty much what I've tried to do, and then I pretty much told them to go out there and just try to enjoy it as much as possible.
I love how Jags gets on with it. He just stands over it, and it's so simple. But yeah, I've spoken to them about controlling the nerves out there on the golf course. You see, as players, as footballers, they were saying to me, and I've learned a lot this week. They were saying to me how they'd go out and they'd use those nerves to their advantage. The adrenaline would be pumping. They'd be, and they'd come out fast and they'd put a few hard tackles in and a few good passes, and then it'd all calm down. Whereas we come out on the first tee, we're trying to slow everything down, slow adrenaline down, take deep breaths. Yeah. So we've probably learned as much from them as they have from us this week. I've always enjoyed being around great sportsmen, quizzing them and gleaning knowledge from them.
You get the feeling, Lee, that there's a level of admiration from these guys for you. I haven't spoken to a lot of them this week because they realise what a mental sport this game is and how you have so much time to think, and they realise the luxury they had. As hard as it was to be who they were in football, you reacted. You didn't have to deal with that bad juju in your mind that sometimes comes around with golf.
Yeah, it's like we talked about it all week, and everyone agrees that golf is kind of like shooting a penalty. That's the closest it gets. The ball is still, you got the goalkeeper there, and you're like thinking, okay, I want to hit it there. But then if you start thinking, well, if you're gonna dive that way, then it becomes tricky. So it's funny how you get to see what they think and how they go about it. And like, for example, Gianfranco this morning with that putt on the last hole for the tie, and he told me, he said, I was so nervous I just couldn't hit it. He's like, now I know how you guys feel.
It was getting worse as well. The longer he was there, it was getting worse.
You're in that situation, and then you start hearing everything. Not only, are you looking at the putt, but you're hearing the crowd behind you. The guys are over there. And then they came over and gave him a hug. I thought it made it even worse. I thought they were about to give it him, and no, they made him put it.
Yeah, me too.
I said to Sergio at the time, I said, God, they're brutal out here. We've been giving each other that.
John Terry was whispering away in his ear as well. Unrepeatable things, I should say. Oh, here he is, Gianfranco Zola.
Look how simple that action is, though. Straight up, straight down. Swings on a lovely plane.
Have a look. It's so solid. Set.
He complained to me just before he teed off that he wasn't long anymore. But I'm like, but you never miss a fairway. Well, actually, he was in the semi there. But
look at the gap, though.
Yeah. But when you watch Jimmy, though, it's almost like watching a professional golfer. The 3-wood he hit into 18 this morning with a hard fade. We were both stood watching it, and we were like, wow, that is a prop shot.
Just a wedge for Jimmy. That's a flick for Jimmy from where he is. Straight down breeze this hole's playing. I know you two have been gallivanting around the world. All I want to know, is there any chance you can both lend me a $5?
Maybe.
They've only got coins, they said, Wayne.
Pesetas.
Don't carry $5s anymore, Radar.
Pesetas, gee, that's a while.
What have you made of Reignwood Park in itself as well? Has it been a perfect place for an event like this?
So beautiful. It's just not only the golf course, but the whole complex, the houses where we're staying, and the food, and the service, the staff, everything. It's been just amazing.
First class, yeah. The practice facilities are amazing. Claude Harmon's academy there on the end of the range is, there's a gym there. It would be an incredible place to come and do a bit of pre-season, and also if they ever wanted to hold a tournament here, quite capable of doing that.
Because there's some serious beef to the yardage, they can stretch to where we are.
Well, these guys, obviously they're not playing the back tees, but I went out and played a few holes with Teddy Sheringham on Thursday before we got here, and there's some tees out there 100 yards further back. You've got par 5s at 650 yards. These guys are playing them a bit shorter, like this one. But yeah, there's plenty of room. It's a big property.
We got Wayne out there with this group. How are we found seeing Zola here, Wayne?
Well, he's really good at this so far this week. He plays these unbelievably well. This one with a little spin and just release. He had a wall of wind into him. What about that? That's just
good shot.
A beautiful shot. He's got some game. He's not a big man, but gee whiz, he's got a big heart.
Yeah,
He'll be just snapping at Jimmy's heels like a chihuahua.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, Gianfranco. He's so excited.
Such a nice man as well.
So nice.
Yeah,
so nice.
Who's the most ruthless competitor in both of your teams, would you say? When you look at him, you think, oh yeah, I could imagine that going up against him on the pitch.
I wouldn't. Well, I mean, on their team, I would not have liked to be in a centre forward going up against Nemanja Vidic. Or he just looks at you and you start shaking.
But I tell you what, he's so nice.
He's such a nice guy. Yeah.
And like, you wouldn't think that the way you saw him play football and how hard he was and you know how he defended and stuff. He's so nice.
So he put you in row 4 with a smile.
Yeah. Correct. There you go.
And on my team, I mean, the governor, you know, Paul Ince.
Again, though, a lovely guy, so gentle.
Guy, yeah. But there's some talent out there on show. A couple of times they were announced onto the first tee, and it was like, wow, there's some skills in this four-ball.
Well, back to that match. It's Jimmy Bullard.
It's to win the hole.
I love how he's a little practice stroke above it and then gets down and hits it quick.
Out of the left.
I don't think anybody's enjoyed this week.
Around your neck.
I can't think anybody's enjoyed this week as much as Jimmy. He's so into it.
He can play.
He can fly.
He's got proper game.
Outside of their swings, what's the thing that you've been asked the most by them in terms of picking your brain?
Well, it's been strange. Someone wanted to know about the swing. A lot want to know about the Ryder Cup and what that's like. I think Ryder Cup's probably dominated our team room.
Well, talking of domination, that is certainly the position right now for the English, much to the disdain of Sergio Garcia. His team have work to do, and quickly.
To me, an icon is someone that is extraordinary at what they do.
The winners.
Legendary status. The elites.
Someone that you can aspire to.
It brings their personality into it.
Charisma.
Passion.
Longevity.
Something that is not easy to achieve.
Something really, really special.
There's few in the world that are iconic, full stop.
Johan Cruyff.
Thierry Henry.
Michael Jordan. Schmeichel.
Maradona, Zico.
Michael Phelps.
Muhammad Ali.
Oh, I'd say icon.
That just moves the needle.
Doing great things under pressure.
The word icon is how other people see you.
All the names who are actually present here, they are all icons.
Leadership and elegance. Unique.
Well, you might recognise the look of that clubhouse right there. It's a bigger Wentworth club, recognising the history and heritage of one of England's finest venues. Welcome to Robbinswood.
Chat. Can I pull you for a second? clearly doesn't want to speak to me. Excuse me. Do you like any tips for today?
No, I don't really. Have you got any for me?
Well, you played well this morning. You weren't playing so well yesterday.
Thanks, darling. Very nice of you. No, I've just said we started okay. I said the second day is quite, well, the second session in the afternoon is always quite tough because people are tired, because sun gets a bit hotter. But yeah, it's going okay. It's going okay.
And you're up against David Ginola again this afternoon. Any part of his game that you thought you could pick on today?
It's certainly not his looks, that's for sure. I like that. I like the way
you're not doing too bad.
I like the way you read David Ginola. You know what I mean? Now listen, I think David's quite tired. You know what I mean? We're all tired, but David seems got sore hips or something like that. So listen, it's about just being out together. You know what I mean? It's great to play with someone like David Ginola, who's a world-class player. But I've got to focus on my game and, you know, hopefully get the 3 points that we need.
Well, if you need me, call me. You know where I am.
Listen, I won't be calling you. You're the one who always needs me, not me.
Ruthless evaluation from rear of Dad's game there.
Kids are always so honest, aren't they?
At least to the parents. Good try.
Bit of speed to these greens, especially in the afternoon, you know, as they're drying out. Get down grain.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
Roll so nicely. They're good pace. They're not tour pace, but they're close.
Yeah, is that been a challenge for a lot of the players here? They're just not used to it.
Yeah, they've gotten used to it as the week has gone on, but a lot of the comments, mostly early on the week, were like, oh, "These screens are so fast. These screens are so fast." So come on, Ruud. So definitely, it's definitely something that they're not very used to, and they can't believe it when they're like, "Do you guys play it?"
Yeah,
we're like, yeah, usually like this, maybe a little faster. This is probably the lowest, and they're like, "Really?"
Ruud's doing so well with a new knee. Have you seen how he steps off the ball and steps onto it? That's down to his new knee, new left knee.
He's remarkably precise in laying club on ball, considering how much there's got moving on there.
Look at my team. He held a nice one on the last as well. He's putting it to your man.
Wow.
Who's been your surprise package then from your side, and who's performed above what maybe you thought they would?
Well, I think from my point of view, nobody's got into it really, other than Jimmy, as much as Joe Hart. I mean, he's only just retired, and he said he'd been playing a bit more golf since May, so he's only taken it up seriously since then. And he's so confident. He just says, oh, I'm going to stand up and smash this one. And he just gets on with it. And I can see him playing quite a lot in the next few years and really improving. He's such a big man. If he gets anywhere near like a really good golfer, he'll hit it miles.
Yeah, I've been impressed with all of them because I know how difficult it is for us. So I can imagine how difficult it is for them to, you know, perform under this pressure on a game that is not your game. But obviously, Bati, Gabriel, and Gianfranco, they've been so solid. I've been impressed with Tevez, with Carlos. He's been very solid. You know, I knew he played, but I didn't think he played as well. He's good putter. He's pretty steady. So you know, it's been fun.
You mean to tell me you wouldn't be comfortable strolling out into the middle of the Bernabeu and doing like 30 KP uppies?
Well, you've been out there in your green jacket.
Yeah.
You were telling me a good story about it the other day.
Like with an empty Bernabeu.
100,000 people.
I could
go on. Tell us, Sergio. Tell us all.
I could try.
Tell us what it was like. You went out there in your green jacket.
Yeah, it was pretty unbelievable. I remember. I mean, I still get goosebumps when I think about it. For me, obviously, I've been at the Bernabeu several times and watched Real Madrid many times and stuff like that. And I know how amazing it gets when they start chanting, you know, a player's name or something like that. But you never think about you walking into the Bernabeu, into the pitch, and 85 or 87,000 people chanting your name. And that was like, like the same thing that Gianfranco said to me on the last hole today. I turned around and I told Sergio Ramos, I said, now I know how you guys feel. You know, when it's just an amazing feeling.
You pinged one across there, didn't you? So I think I remember seeing you. He was very tasty.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not gonna give it the little kick. So I gave it a proper. I'm glad I didn't slip because I was wearing street shoes. If I was wearing a jacket and like nice pants and stuff, and if I would have slipped,
pulled the hamstring.
No, forget about that. Slipping in the middle of the pitch there with 87,000 people. I mean, how many memes would I have gotten? No, I gave it a proper kick with the left foot straight into the Real Madrid bench.
That could be you at Forest next year after they win the Champions League.
Champions League, here we come. Yeah, I've been joined at the hip to Teddy Sheringham this week because he's and Jermaine as well, because they're the two Forest lads in there.
Guys, we're going to let you go in a minute because obviously your players are starting to get towards the conclusion of their rounds. Just before you do, though, give us an idea about the... Oh, what a pot!
What a pot! Patrick. I know that's Luís.
Luís, yeah.
Real Madrid legend. How can you miss that?
No, that's Luís, and it's
against Theo.
And it's on the.
Oh,
it's
no,
on the away
it's
hole.
our double hole.
Oh no, it's our double hole.
You just calm down. Calm down.
You're getting a bit carried away with what you need. Just before we go, how impressed have you been about the sporting environment that's been created this week in terms of showcasing what happens when you can unite football and golf together?
Yeah, I was talking to Ahmed Altatop, and he was talking about how good this will be for golf in Turkey, that, with him being so popular and such a public figure, seeing him play golf on such a big stage as this, with the full production and a golf course, with all the signage up, it'll encourage kids to play in Turkey.
He's done well too.
He's done phenomenally.
He's done very well. There you go. No, we won the hole.
Just the 1 point, though, Sergio. Just the 1 point.
You know what's worse than 1 point?
No points.
Oh, losing one.
Well, there's a lot of work to do. We're going to let you guys stroll off and see your team in, but congrats on a great week. We've enjoyed watching you. Obviously, you've got a lot more great golf still to play with where you are in your own careers, but the enjoyment you've given us across Ryder Cups it has been stupendous, and this week you've been great sports, and I'm sure made this a very, very special occasion for Icons of Football.
We definitely gave it our best, and congrats to you guys too for all the work you do. So it's been a well-run event, and we've enjoyed it.
All right, off you go, guys. Get stuck in. Strong finish, Lee.
Thank you.
Make sure it does end up coming home this time, for goodness sake.
Strong finish for us, so it's nice and tight,
Great to have the guys in, giving us their thoughts on what's been a brilliant week, but also the crossover between these two great sports of ours. Well, there you go, the first match in the fist pump for Teddy Sheringham. It's a 4-1 victory in the end for England in the top match. It is a responsibility. Get out there, deliver for me, and Teddy did, not just today in the singles but throughout the week. And I'm sure a little bit of relief. Might be a couple of cold beverages enjoyed tonight. He's played his role, played his part, and delivers for England against Ronald de Boer. Well, their job now is done. They'll be going back to support, as we see across the Ryder Cup. They'll look forward to now being there, cheering their guys on as they come up this home hole. Of course, remember, it is match play, sure, but it doesn't finish until they play all 10 holes. So there will be a gathering point there on that 10th green, the final hole of our matches this week. And this is the situation. First point added in the singles. It's now 47-22. England soaring. Lee and Sergio stepped out, back in. Ewan and Claude alongside me. It's starting to turn the way of England again.
Lead at the moment 25 points to England, and I just happened to see Theo Walcott being on the wrong end of the Luís Figo long putt on the previous hole. How good to have not just these icons, but the golf icons in Westwood and Sergio here as well. It's great listening to them and their observations. I know how much they love being here, Claude.
Yeah, I mean, it's such great champions, not only on the football side, but if you look at what Lee and Sergio have meant not only to world golf, but to European golf over the years. I was happy for Ruud Gullit to play a little better today, because yesterday he was just not happy with the way he played. And it's so frustrating on a big stage like this to just not bring your best stuff. So some better shots today.
He's playing probably you would think the second best player in either side in Lee Sharp, and he certainly hasn't disgraced himself, just 3 points down.
And Nick, you just sat with Sergio Garcia and Lee Westwood. There have never been two players that have made the game look easier than them. Golf is hard for the rest of us. The great players, I don't think they get enough credit for being so good because they make it look so easy, and we think we can go out and do it, and it's hard.
Yes, it'd be nice to know what it feels like to stand over a ball knowing it's going to do what it has done so many times for Sergio and Lee.
I mean, I watched you do that a lot, Nick, when you were younger. You knew exactly where the golf ball was going to go.
Well, a lot has to happen in the singles for Team World, and here's what's gone on so far. In that top match, Teddy Sheringham victorious 4-1 in the end over De Boer.
And here's Lee Sharp. Second shot at the second hole, out of the fairway bunker. Not an easy shot. We did see Nigel de Jong hit a tremendous, not a terrible, a tremendous shot here yesterday, and Lee Sharp has also hit a fantastic shot. That would set up a win for Team England.
Perhaps the goal so far, the singles though, Claude's been played by Jermaine Dennis.
Got off to a tremendous start. This is at the first. Beautiful little shot in here, controls the spin. That would lead to a birdie.
And then again at the second hole. Beautiful iron shot in. Pours it in. Back-to-back birdies, back-to-back wins.
And something we would have heard before. Jermaine Dennis for the hat-trick. Third hole, same result. Again, stunning approach with the iron. In for the three, and just the perfect start. At the moment, 4-1 up against Diego Forlan.
And then Phil Jones here at the sixth. Birdie putt, breaking from his left to right, judging the speed beautifully. Drops it. He's been impressive. He's hit some really good shots.
Back to the finishing hole. And the second match onto the golf course. Sharp and Gullit.
A really difficult putt here to get the speed right up and over the ridge. It's back down now. Pretty decent for speed. What a treat to have Ruud Gullit here for 4 rounds of golf over the weekend here at Robbinswood. Great character, great personality, and all of these players, Nick, have just been interacting so well with the fans.
Well, I think they all feel it's just a massive privilege to have this opportunity, to have a taste of what it feels like to be surrounded by the trimmings of elite golf. Setup is very much a tournament setup, Claude, for what you could see on any of the tours.
Absolutely. This is as good as it gets. If you love golf and you were a competitive athlete, to be in this arena against these great players, a lot of these guys will have played against each other.
Well, great to see that other icons are watching around the world. Love following the Icon series. Looks a lot of fun on a great course from Harry Kane. Well played England. I feel like he's saying played because he knows it is indeed coming home.
The most iconic thing to happen this week would probably be to get some world-renowned icons putting a cream jacket on me. That would be phenomenal. Well, I think if we win, celebrations would be probably lots of champagne, a bit of dancing, throw ourselves in a lake somewhere, would be pretty iconic.
At the moment, it is leaning the way of Lee getting that jacket plopped on his shoulders.
And I'm holding him to the jumping in the lake comment as well.
Yes.
I think Wayne Riley threatened to do that at some point, so perhaps they could do it together.
That's just how Wayne washes.
Does he wash? Are we sure about that?
As you guys have been saying, they have had all the time in the world for the fans. So many of them here talk about the good that this does in the uniting of the two sports. This is about golf, but let's be honest, a lot of the people here in Thailand, with football being such a monumental sport for their culture, they are here to see the footballers. They are here to see icons of football, and the golf is something they're learning as they go.
I'll have you know I bathe in fine oils.
Where? Never disappoints, does he? But neither does Zola with his iron play. That's a tremendous shot there.
I'll have you know I bathe in fine oils.
Well, if you could model your game off someone, everybody wants to model their game off of Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, but Gianfranco Zola, I mean, I've just enjoyed him so much this week. Shots he's been hitting, just quality. Just looks like he's just in total control of what he's doing.
Which professional golfer in the history of the game is he the equivalent of?
Well, he would be someone that necessarily doesn't have a tremendous amount of length. You know, a player that springs to mind would be Jeff Maggart, who was a great player in the 90s, played a bunch of Ryder Cups, President's Cup. He just hit the golf ball very, very straight, didn't really... Chip Beck, similar, didn't really try and do too much, didn't try and get out of his comfort zone. Famously, Chip Beck laid up every single time he had a chance at Augusta National, especially down the stretch, but he's just stuck to his guns. But I guess of the modern players, Nick, maybe a guy like Zach Johnson, who just basically goes about it point A to point B. He knows he can't overpower a golf course. And I think for everyone watching, find something in your game that is a strength. It can be anything, green reading, bunker play. But it's easy to think of all the things you do poorly. But you will do something that you do well, and then just play to that. Try and set your game up to that strength.
Yeah, secret is staying in your lane, isn't it? And playing your game, what works for you. Sometimes easy to be distracted from what's around you. Jimmy Bullard, a very different makeup to his game. Much more power in there and flamboyance. Good match this one, Wayne.
Yeah, this is a great match. A really good match. I'm so happy to be with it. It's there's not a lot of chat going on. Good friends, we know that. They're all good friends, but this means so much to them all.
How do you think Jimmy would do, Wayne, if he pegged it up in a DP? Well, let's assume he can handle the nerves and that come with, you know, the fact that he'd be even further out of his comfort zone. But if he teed it up in a DP World Tour event, how do you think he'd fare in terms of the level of his golf?
Well, I think let's do it. Let's see if the powers that be the DP World give him an invite sometime. Get him around the right sort of golf course. And I sort of say a Crane, Montana, up there on the mountain would be a good one because he's not overly long. But you get him on the right sort of course, I think he'd sort of hover around the cut mark. Definitely, yes.
That's high praise. You think this is an icon of football, and we're talking about if he played at elite level golf. That's not elite.
You know, no, that's a poor putt there from Zola. I mean, I think we see it with a lot of elite golfers coming through now. I see it with a lot of the junior golfers back in Australia. Their best is good enough. It's all about minimising their mistakes and turning a poor round, a 76 into a 70 or 71.
I'm delighted to be joined by two of England's victorious groups. The first two to go out, Teddy, Sharpie. What does it mean to be here, victorious, points on the board already and just hammering home that total, Philly?
Well, we've watched the Ryder Cups, haven't we? And we've seen how the lads, you know, prepare and how they talk about getting the right colour on the board early on. And we knew we had to make a good start because you never know in this game. You know, if we go down, they get a bit excited and they come back. But it looks like we're done and dusted. They had a good day with the Pro-Am, and I think they'll be very, very quiet tonight.
There we go. And we've got Jimmy over a tough putt, but he's been electric over the last few days. What have you made of his golf?
He's a good golfer. He's a very good golfer. I played with him just recently. He's a level up, you know, and he's great to have in the team as well, because top players do good things at the right times.
He's just left that a little bit short, so he's been calling himself the postman. He hasn't quite delivered yet, but you two have definitely delivered. And when I saw your embrace as you come up here, it really does mean a lot, doesn't it? Because I know you both love your golf.
Yeah, it's also, I think you do get a bit of like adrenaline and nervousness, and you played, you know, the last 3 rounds you've played with a partner, so you've had a bit of backup, bit of support, but today you go out on your own. It's you against Mano versus Mano, and we had a good game, me and Ruud. He got tight in the middle there, but no, it's great to pick up the points and great to come out victorious.
Let me tell you, he wasn't too happy. He wasn't too happy. He started playing some really good golf. He's come in here, he's got a bit of a frown as we just watch Zola unfortunately miss it. But he's been another player, a legend of the game, who's off the tee been fantastic, so steady, just like you two boys. Someone that we need to worry about for Team England or not?
I said it earlier, that all these boys that have played at the top level at sport, you know, that they know how to grind out results, and you think, you know, I got 2 up, I think I might have even been 3 up one time, but Ronald de Boer hangs in there, gets 1 back, gets 2 back, it gets a bit nervy. You know, that's what these competitors do.
Well, there we go. Well, you two, some of the best competitors in this game. You played well for the last 2 days. Guys, enjoy. Well-deserved victory. It's not coming home yet, but it's very, very close.
It's on its way, mate. It's on its way.
Back to you guys.
Well done, Josh, and well done, Lee and Teddy, of course. Lee Westwood sent them out first and second to do a job, and they duly delivered, emphatically as well.
Paul Scholes at the 10th. Across the ridge, we've seen a number of players putt from this angle today.
Be interesting to see these UK football icons, the England football icons, take on some American football icons, because we know there's a lot of good golfers amongst the American footballers. That could be a good matchup.
The ones that play the most golf of all the professional athletes are the baseball players. The pitchers are allowed to bring their clubs on the plane and play because they're only pitching every 4 days. They're the only ones, so.
I'm not sure I can find the right words for that putt there from Patrick. It certainly wasn't his best, though.
I know that one. That looks very familiar to me, Nick.
Well, Patrick Berger held a 1-point lead going to that final hole. Double points on offer.
Yeah, was it a half? We'll find out very shortly. It was indeed. So it does end up with a win in that game, but only a single point gained. It's how many points they can generate that matters. 3-2 in the end to Berger.
That was a nasty lie that he did a great job getting that out. Steep into the back of the ball when the rough is really, really thick. You're just trying to hit down on it, get that angle of attack. It's that downward angle in the rough that's going to help get the ball in the air. Because that Tenny Sheriam going undefeated.
Mm-hmm. And Lee Sharp as well.
Yeah. I got to watch Dustin Johnson do that at the Ryder Cup in 2021 at Whistling Straits, go undefeated.
5 for 5.
5 for 5.
Tying the great Francesco Molinari.
Frankie.
That was a serious whooping that the Europeans got at Whistling Straits, but of course all good things come to an end, as they did in Rome.
Absolutely. And we're going to see what happens at Bethpage Black in New York.
It's going to be a cracker, isn't it?
It's going to be exciting.
I'm sure most of these players here, these footballers, will be tuning in for that one.
Absolutely.
Tame crowd, do you think, there?
No. If I was in Rome, the crowd wasn't tame there. I can promise you that.
That's a good shot.
That is a very good shot. Ball above your feet. Has to judge how much that's going to curve off there. Anytime the ball's above your feet, it's going to go from right to left. Anytime it's below your feet, it's tending to go from left to right.
And he needs it. 3-1 to Fowler in that match. Liverpool 3-1 up on Manchester United. That's been a little bit of a theme in more recent times, particularly in that fixture in football too. Liverpool sensational in the Premier League right now. There we have it. It is a dominant performance to this point, and England trying to see it through to the finish here, heavily ahead.
Theo Walcott. This on the 9th hole to tie. Luís Figo, it's a lovely putt as well. And he'll head to the 10th. He's loved being a part of this. Hasn't had his best stuff on the course, but done a lot of good things away from it since he's been here. Interacted with a lot of the kids at the KIS school, doing different sports with them earlier in the week.
Yeah, they really enjoyed that. And I'm sure Phil Mickelson and Johnny Drama would be jealous of Theo Walcott's calf game. That's for sure.
We saw Robbie Fowler in trouble off the tee. He had to punch out to here. Vidic up there relatively close. This is third.
Oh, what a shot. Get it past the hole there. Fantastic.
Chance to save a par for God here at 7.
It's a tough nickname to live up to, huh?
You can't do anything wrong, can you? If you do, well, then they have to start to question it. But what a career. Of course, scored that famous hat-trick at Anfield. 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
And it was really cool to talk to him the other night at one of the dinners. He was talking about he's trying to make his way in management now. He's been doing some work in Saudi Arabia. What he liked about that, I was asking him what he liked and what he tried to bring to management that he learned from his playing days. It's been fascinating for me to talk to these great footballers this week.
Yeah, also managed Brisbane Roar down in Australia, and I think you can learn something everywhere you go too.
Well, the other thing about all these great athletes is just like golfers, professional golfers, all of these athletes would have had people in their lives, you know, that played a mentor role, whether it was a manager or whether it was another player or stuff. And it's been fascinating to listen to their journey, what made them great sports people. But it's hard work, it's dedication, it's attention to detail, and it's doing the things that you need to do every single day to get better. And all of these great footballers have all done that throughout their amazing careers. So special to have them all here in one place.
Oh, there's a beautiful shot in from Vidic. Good try as well. I think the other thing that's probably been overlooked this week is when you're a part of a team, when you're a part of a football team, everything, your day-to-day life is so structured, whether it's physiotherapy, whether it's the gym, whether it's training, whether it's game time, whether it's a day off, your meals, etc. Being part of the team this week, everything's been so structured and organised. It would be nice for these players to have familiarised themselves with the routine that they had in their playing days.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I think golf more than ever now, Ewan, is starting to be, you know, if you look at the teams that the best players in the world have, they have the same makeup that a lot of these players would have had when they were playing on a team sport. But most of all, the best players inside the top 50 in the world, they have teams of people. They have coaches, they have physios, they have chefs, they have people that stretch them, they have all these people.
Par putt for Robbie Fowler after being in trouble off the tee. It's tracking. Had to turn, but it didn't.
That would have been a really good par from where he was off the tee.
I have been part of Icons Cup twice. When the first one was in Las Vegas years ago, and then one in Dubai. So just to be here, it's you know, I was really looking forward to it. You know, I know how well the whole thing is organized. I've played this golf course a few times. It is immaculate, fantastic golf course. So I'm going to have fun for 2 days. You know, great to see the lads. I don't really know some of the lads, so I'm really looking forward to get together with them and have fun.
That's right. The teams keep rolling in. Delighted to be joined by Patrick Berger and Paul Scholes. And in true Liverpool United fashion, this one was a tasty matchup. To and fro. Scholes, the last time I spoke to you, you were sitting pretty. You were feeling quite confident. What happened?
Yeah, I didn't play too well this afternoon. I was all right after tea, but Patrick was better than me today. It wasn't nasty. It was very friendly, wasn't it, Patrick?
No, listen, it's always pleasure to play with Paul. We had a great battle, and I was just a little bit more lucky than Paul today.
You're being very humble there.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
How does it feel to get some well-needed points on the board for Team World? Because it's a bit of a drubbing.
Listen, I don't think it's going to make such a big difference to the final
But personally,
score.
it means a lot.
But personally, I'll sleep well tonight.
No doubt. It's been an incredible 2 days of golf. Obviously, we're coming to the end of it now. What's been the standout moment? What's been the one that you've looked about and you've gone, wow, this is special?
It's very hard to pick one. The place is just absolutely amazing, from the clubhouse to the people looking after us to the golf course. It's just been a brilliant weekend. A little bit nervous at times, especially on that first tee, but no, the hosts have been absolutely amazing. It's been a really enjoyable weekend.
Now tell me, which of the matchups are you looking forward to seeing? Because I know your good mate, Robbie Fowler, obviously up against Nemanja Vidic. We've got Paul Lynch, we've got big Joe Hart, the 12 handicapper striking the ball like you've never believed. Who have you really enjoyed seeing playing around here?
Well, I played with Gianfranco. He's a very steady and good player, so I'm looking forward how he's going to do against Jimmy. Obrielt, Batigol also against John Terry. It's a big match, so I'm looking forward to that.
And how are you feeling? You feel like it's coming home. It's rare to say those words and really believe it, but I'm looking at the score, I think, we can't mess it up from here, can we? And I say we because I'm supposed to be unbiased, but I'm not really unbiased.
Especially in this weather. You know, we struggle a little with football in this weather. We've struggled a little bit with golf, but we've not done too bad, so hopefully we can't mess this one up.
Well, hopefully. Well, guys, enjoy. It's been an absolute pleasure spending time with you. And we've got a lot more golf to come. Guys, enjoy.
Cheers. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Always.
Thank you.
29 points ahead, Team England. It would take something monumental for Team World here to even make it a game. There's 9 matches left on the course. This is one of them. Nemanja Vidic on the tee at their home hole at 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's an example of one of the things that he fights. The backswing gets long, and then it gets longer, and then you can see he has to then make an adjustment on the downswing to kind of reset his body to get himself in position. The problem is golf swing's over in about a second and a half. And so I think a lot of the misses and the bad shots that we've seen from these great athletes this week, Ewan, has just been speed and excess movement. And I think if you look at the best players, the players that have played the best this week, there aren't a lot of moving parts to these golf swings. Teddy Sheringham, Jimmy Bullard, Gianfranco Zola, Paul Scholes, there's just not a lot of moving parts. And that's minimizing how much your body moves around means that you can control the golf club much, much better.
This is a pretty good swing. Ball back in the stance, back left flag. Try and draw it in. They like it. He's hit some good iron shots already this week. Oh, there you go. Lucky. But box seat, given where Vidic is.
Absolutely. You would have wanted to do a little better than that. But still, as you said, in the driver's seat.
Yeah, yesterday you made a good point about separating what you do on the driving range to the golf course. And when you're on the golf course, look at Theo Walcott on the final hole here at 10. I mean, from the time you take the club back to the time you make contact with the ball, it's, what, a second and a half, give or take a little bit. If you're running in to take a penalty kick, it's probably not too dissimilar a time frame. How much time do you have to think about technique?
Well, I think one of the problems in golf is, and I was talking to some of these great footballers about it, a lot of what they did was action-reaction, right? They're reacting, so they don't really have a lot of time. And the game that they played moves very, very fast. So the thought process isn't so constant. They're reacting. Whereas in golf, you've got so much time in between shots that I think that at times can really be the culprit to bad golf, because you can overthink it, right? But Ewan, there's a big difference for everyone watching, and I think we're seeing it here. All of these players have good handicaps. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. That's a pretty good swing there. A little short on the backswing, but as long as you continue to make that turn, whatever length backswing you've got, if your backswing length is really, really short, you've got to make sure that you make that length of backswing, whatever it is, every single time. You could experiment if the backswing gets a little bit short, maybe just widening out that stance and sitting a little bit more on that right side to give yourself a little bit more time. But then I think we know so much more now, Ewan, about how golf swings work, that you can make anything work.
I noticed Bobler didn't put Ewan in there. Maybe he knew I was going to roast it. But it was actually a pretty decent swing. All right, Nemanja Vidic had to take a penalty here at number 8. So this is third. Robbie Fowler is in that left bunker. So if he can get this close and make a 4, he's not out of this hole.
I'll be looking to hit the target here, run something back there. Plenty of green to work with here. Doesn't need to fly it all the way back. Look, it started on a good line. Yeah, there you go. That's what he'd been looking for on the first one. But you notice there the length of that backswing much shorter than the length of the one he had off the tee, and he's able to control the golf club a little bit better.
Let's go ahead to the finishing hole. We saw Theo Walcott. Well, it was close to a worm burner out to the right, up near the grandstand. This, I believe, will be his 4th shot over the bunker. Ball going scooting past the hole. It's currently 3 points down to Luís Figo. He's played well, the Portuguese icon.
Absolutely. He and Sergio are very good friends. Luís lives in Madrid now. Very active in sport all over the world. What a good shot that is. Golf clap. Even Ewan's got the golf clap. Nice one.
Yeah, tidy game this afternoon on display from Luís Figo.
You know, when you watch these, it's like it's in a pro-am sometimes. I mean, that is not an easy shot. And he makes that shot look easy, the difficult one. And then from the middle of the fairway, you can make the middle of the fairway, the easy shots, look tough. I think everyone who's played here this week, we haven't seen anyone struggle for the 2 days, for all of the sessions. At some point, all of these great athletes have said, okay, I found it, I got a good run of holes, I've hit some good shots. Haven't hit everything perfect, but golf is not a game of perfect. Golf is a game of minimizing the mistakes.
And I think that really ties in nicely with the point that I made earlier about half an hour ago about Jimmy Bullett. Is he good enough to make a cut in a DP World Tour event? And a lot of these really good golfers, their best is really good. It's good enough. It's turning those high scores into lower scores, and that's what the best players do so well.
On the PGA Tour, when tour players, Ewan, get out of position off the tee, they make bogey 80% of the time. Tour players are elite at making bogeys. Everyone thinks the best players in the world are elite at making birdies. Yeah, they make a lot of birdies, but they are elite at minimizing the damage.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's a win for Team World. Luís Figo, he was 3 points up playing that hole. And don't forget, it's double points on the finishing hole, so a very much needed 5-point win there to Team World. It's been great having Walcott, Luís Figo as part of our Icon series the last couple of days.
You can tell the competitive juices for these players. He's hit a great bunker shot. The match is over. Everybody's hugging. He says to his caddy, take it up, because he wants to make this putt. That's why these are such great players. And we've seen this a lot. They're not putting to get any sort of practice. In their own minds, they're saying, I've hit a good shot here. Let me see if I can pay this off. Beautiful putting stroke. Beautiful rhythm. Oh, no. Just slides by. Now he wishes he hadn't putted it.
It's still a win, and a really good one at that. Come in and shake hands again. Let's get back to Team England's home hole, the par 3 fifth. Jimmy Bullett in the penultimate match out.
This is to win the hole.
Oh, walks it in. 3-point lead over Zola.
I was thinking this was going to be a little bit more competitive than it is right now. The way Zola's played through all these early sessions.
This is how things stand. It's a 25-point lead to Team England. 8 matches left out on the golf course. There's still plenty of red. It's been a demolition from Team England. Oh, I didn't think I needed to see this again.
Nobody needs to see that. That is a 3-game suspension and a red card there.
Yeah, he's gone the full Jimmy, hasn't he, on that final hole? Gosh. There is definitely only one Jimmy Bullard. Paul Ince, 8th tee, away hole.
166 today. Just right in the middle of the green, moving so much better today. I mean, he's like a different person compared to where he was doing in the first morning sessions.
You know what? I'm giving a golf clap. Maybe you can hear that one.
Just so impressive. And he's hit some great short game shots, which he will say is his nemesis.
Nice character, David Ginola.
I'll get a good look at David Ginola's swing here. The tendency is for the body to slow down. He makes a little kind of practice swing rehearsal where he tries to feel like he takes it back and then feels like that body's going to keep moving. Trying to get the lower body and the upper body to keep moving. The tendency is for the arms to take over. And he can either shut the club face down or open it. Keep that chest moving, cover it, get on it.
Well, of course.
One of the innovations this week of the icons of football here at Reignwood is the call the captain option. Each team only gets one of those per session. Team England using theirs with their captain Lee Westwood here on the final hole. There's double points on offer. Phil Jones has called in Lee Westwood coming up against Carlos Tevez. Third shot.
Even out of the rough, one of the great things about Lee Westwood's golf swing, you could marvel at a lot of things, but if you look at his footwork and how stable his lower body is through impact, it's just beautiful to watch that left foot nice and quiet. Beautiful shot there, almost pin high. How many times has he hit iron shots to about 20 feet in his career?
Nice shot, Phil. It's been a good year for Lee Westwood in football terms. They're bringing it home now. Not Forest, currently in third position, looking at a Champions League berth next year.
I've been impressed with Carlos Tevez this week. He's hit some good shots. Thrown in the odd bad one, but...
all well above his feet here.
Yeah, the tendency is that for that to go left, shut the face, lose the distance.
Narrowly avoids the sand. I think he's had his best stuff this afternoon, Carlos Tevez, but fair play to him. He only arrived at midnight Thursday night, was on holiday in Colorado skiing with his family, missed a flight, courtesy of that, missed a connection, and no doubt battling jet lag as well.
One thing that the Europeans, or not the Europeans, the world team, Sergio Garcia, they will win this week in the talking department. Sergio is a world-class talker.
Both Lee and Sergio have loved being here. That's been evident.
And that's my mistake there. I'm so used to thinking of Sergio Garcia as a European because he did so many great things for that European Ryder Cup team throughout the years.
No one better. Highest points scorer ever for the European Ryder Cup team. Now John Terry in the anchor match. Currently all square with Batistuta. This is the fifth.
Come on!
Finally. I think it means something.
Well, he will not be happy with the way he's played through the first sessions. Such a good golfer. Loves golf.
Back to the finishing hole. Carlos Tevez getting some advice here from Captain Garcia. Tricky one.
The old Spanish hands with Garcia. I never knew what that meant, but I do know that Sergio Garcia, Jose Maria Lozabal, Seve Ballesteros just have some of the best short games I've ever seen, and they can hit shots that very few people can under pressure.
I wonder how much of that you think about Spanish golfers, you think about Spanish footballers, Spanish tennis players. They all have a flair about them. They all have a flair for the dramatic. They're all very creative and innovative, and I just wonder how much of that ties back to the fact that they just have fun as kids, and that continues right through their career. Nothing is forced.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the great Seve Ballesteros used to spend an enormous amount of time hitting golf balls on a beach. KJ Choi did that as well. He'd go out on the beach, and if the ball was below his feet, he'd hit balls in the sand. Then he'd go get them, and the ball would be above his feet, and then he'd work on that. He was a great ball striker.
Well, if you'd like me to translate the Spanish that Sergio's talking there to Carlos, I think he's pretty much saying, look, you've got no chance. This is an extremely difficult shot. Do your best, close your eyes and hit and hope. What do you think? Close?
I mean, I think the difficulty here is to come up short, right? So I think Sergio's trying to say to him, listen, where do you want to land the golf ball? When you're hitting shots like this and when you're putting like this, it's always good to have that visual.
Speaking of visuals, the scene around this green, it is as good as it gets, isn't it? Clubhouse is amazing. Property's incredible. Everything here is just first class. Up and over the ridge, coming down now.
Just so hard to hit it hard enough going up the hill, coming out of that first cut.
You know, credit where credit's due to Phil Jones, his opponent. Let's head down to the studio with Josh.
The icons keep rolling in, and I'm joined by two very, very special players and golfers, it seems. Guys.
More players than golfers.
Not with the putts I seen you make today. Listen, Theo, you were kind of nervous going into the first, but you're up against a legend like Luís, but you were hitting the ball very, very well. I saw you on the par 3. You kind of went a little bit wide. You said, I'll get inside that. Just a little putt for me, a 12-footer. He then goes and nearly drains a 32-metre.
I felt like it was shifting towards me slightly, but that hole just shows that this man's a great. In moments he comes alive, and it just turns the game in the head, and it just knocked me for 6. It really did. But look, I wanted to play with Luís at the start of this tournament, and my dream come true. Look, I didn't share the field with him, of course, but look, it was an absolute pleasure, honestly, to play golf with this man and be in his presence. Absolute
Thank you so
hero.
much, Theo. I think it was a surprise because I didn't met Theo before. I think we had a good time, a good day. Some good shots, some bad shots, but in the end, I think I had a great experience playing with against Theo, but during this afternoon, so I'm very pleased.
Luís, you said to me at the beginning on the first tee today, you said, I said, is the momentum going to change? You said, I've got to worry about that. I just got to win my own game. And that's exactly what you did. How important is it for you, as the leader of this team, really, to come back and put those points on the board for Team 1?
Well, I think all of us, we are competitive, you know. We've been during our careers, and either if we change sport, we want to try to do our best and win. These days has been a pleasure. The course is amazing, a lot of fans. We changed sport, but I think it's a good event to meet old mates and spend a good time playing golf. The results, they are too good. You know, him are too good. Looks like he didn't play football for long. They just play golf. But, well, we enjoy it. It is important.
It's been an incredible few days, and I've asked Sharpie and Teddy, what's been the standout moment for you guys now it's kind of coming to an end?
Do you know what, for me personally, I just got to say thank you to everyone who's given this opportunity just to make this event happen. It's been absolutely incredible from day one getting here. But just for me, that feeling of being in a group again, in a squad of teammates, when you're stood up on the tee, you know, it's similar to being in a tunnel before a game, but a different feeling because you're on your own to some extent. But just that feeling which you can't really replicate in football, it came back again a little bit briefly for me as that kid feeling again. So I've just got to say thank you for that, for giving the opportunity to have that feeling, because, you know, we all want to become professional golfers. I mean, I'm going to have to work on that for a while, but look, it was great fun. Loved it.
Yeah, I think it's been, like I said before, a great experience. The organization and all the promoters are amazing. The captains, they made the effort to be here too. So I think they are reference for us in terms of this sport. And I know being with all these guys, enjoy this moment. I think this is what we are looking for. And of course, try to learn a little bit more from the guys that are scratch and they play very good golf. But I think this was an amazing experience.
You know, Luís Figo said about the captains. I just want to say, just being their presence, you know, having an ice bath with Sergio Garcia was just
Mr. Spanish hands himself.
Goodness me, yeah, what a dream, really was.
Pleasure, well, guys.
And this being very fresh days here in
very cold,
Bangkok,
very cool, calm, and collected, very easy.
Mamma mia.
Well, guys, listen, you are true icons, and you've showed it on the golf course, and of course throughout your careers. There's so much golf to be played, and so much important putts to make. So let's go back to that.
It's been a common theme, hasn't it? All these players have loved being amongst a team once again. They're having an absolute blast here in Thailand. And Team England has extended their lead. They're 29 points ahead after that victory to Phil Jones by 4 points over Carlos Tevez. There's 7 matches left out on the course. Plenty of golf to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll see how it finishes very soon. This is Robbie Fowler and Nemanja Vidic. They're on the 9th green. Robbie Fowler currently with a 3-point lead. Not sure what they're discussing here, Claude. Maybe it's something to do with strokes given, do you think?
Sure what they're talking about.
So what's the score then? What's
You
the score then? They score like this or that?
Vidic just asking, what's the score? Meanwhile, Robbie Fowler's back in the zone. Left edge putt, I'd say more often than not we've seen these left to right putts missed on the low side, Claude.
Yeah, just lose speed. Under read.
Not that one. Well done, Robbie Fowler. Shads has written, I'd love to have a swing like Robbie so I could take my golf clubs out of the shed after 20 years. Yes, it's a really good swing and it's produced a lot of really good shots too. We saw that in the $10 million hole-in-one yesterday.
20 years. Go put those on eBay. You can sell them.
Absolute treat to be here in Thailand this week for the Reignwood Icons of Football. It is the land of smiles. They're friendly, hospitable. I don't think you can say enough about that here. The Icons, smiling is seen as a way of showing respect, gratitude and kindness, and that has been on display in abundance at Reignwood Park.
Well, the home hole here. Forlan. 5 birdies in this group, so they've made a lot of birdies today.
Oh, this is a really good shot too. Yeah, he came up against a red-hot start from Jermaine Jenis. 3 birdies to begin the singles campaign from Jenis, but 2 birdies in the last 3 holes for Forlan.
Yeah, birdies at 6 and 7 for Diego.
Ginola at the 9th, 3rd shot. Is this going to be a little bump and run, or?
No. He can't hit it into this slope because the slope is going to want to take it back. So he's got to land this on the green. You can see he's aiming left. Ball's going to want to leap to the right.
It was an unintentional bump and run. I think he caught the top groove of that.
And we've seen so many of those shots. Uneven lie, the body just slows down. Golf club's going to keep going. Golf club and the hands are going to keep going. You've got to keep that body moving, especially off these side slopes.
Back to the home hole and the Genis Forlan match. Double points on offer here at the final hole. Genis currently 3 points ahead.
Impressive today from JJ. He's brought his A game today.
You know, it's interesting how well these two players have played. Forlan's played really well the last few holes. Genis has been red hot from the start, but they're both in great shape. They're both athletes, and I think it's underestimated just how fit you have to be to play golf, especially when they're playing 2 matches per day.
Absolutely. If you look at the players that make that jump from competitive golf on the PGA Tour and DP World to the Champs Tour to the Senior Tour, the ones that have kept themselves in really good shape, the ones whose bodies aren't necessarily that broken and can still move pretty well, they tend to have a tremendous amount of success. Flexibility, mobility, all the things all these great athletes have used throughout their entire careers, hugely important in golf.
Forlan, I believe this is a birdie putt, moving from right to left here, Claude.
Yeah, up the hill. Let's see if he can play enough break.
That is 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for Diego Forlan.
What a way to finish. I mean, he'll go to bed happy tonight, right? Holes 15, 20-footer uphill on the last. Birdies 3 out of the last 4. Fist pump from Lee Westwood and his captain.
Let's have another look at that. What a finish. He's hung tough, dug deep, and what a way to finish. They wanted the shirt over the head, didn't they? I tell you what, if I had those abs, I would as well.
0 in the ab game for this guy. Now, let's see if JJ can knock it in on top of him. Be a nice way for this match to finish.
That's now 6 birdies.
6 birdies. Let's see if we can go for 7. Come on.
Tracking, it's got a turn.
Oh, he gave it a good effort. Nicely done there. He will have wanted to make that, but a really good match between these two.
Enjoyed it. Brilliant, great ball. Hey man.
A lot of really fun golf to watch in that group. Lots of smiles.
Oh, JJ stood on that final tee with a 3-point lead, so that with double points on offer, that will be a 1-point win to Team England. We'll go back to the 9th. Paul Ince.
Paul Ince for birdie, something we didn't say a lot of on day 1, but just so impressive with the way he has come back today. And so nice to see. Takes his golf very seriously, fierce competitor.
Is there anything you've noticed? Why the change? Why the improvement?
Well, he was carrying a little bit of a back injury earlier in the week. Back wasn't feeling great. Lots of travel. And then I think he was a little bit tentative yesterday. Didn't get off to the best start in the morning. But what a performance. 7-1. He will relish beating David Ginola. He will dine on that every time they see him. And he's got the fresh Travis Scotts on. I mean, if you're going to wear those, you better play.
Yeah. He certainly showed up and played today. Nigel de Jong up against Jagielka. That's at the 7th.
This has been a good match. Very even throughout this whole afternoon singles match.
Well, that's a concession on that hole to Team England, so that will be all tied up heading to number 8. Back again to the finishing hole, the Robbie Fowler Nemanja match. Robbie Fowler 4 points ahead here.
I like Robbie rocking the flat bill.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Well, let's quickly throw it down to the studio. Josh has a guest waiting.
Diego. Some golf played in that group. That was an unbelievable. I mean, watching it all the way through. Some special golf. You felt like you were in your groove today.
No, I don't like to lose, like everybody, but I know, you lose a lot when you play football, tennis now that I'm playing, and it could have been JJ play, the first 3 holes, 3 under, if he was playing against Lee or Sergio, I think he would have been, okay. better. So at the end it could have been, I don't know, 5-6-0 and 5-4 at the end, it's a little bit decent.
But the thing about pro athletes and obviously in your mentality as an icon is you're never down and out. You saved your skin many times.
Yeah, well, it's tough. It's tough. This sport's tough. Now since I retired, I didn't play much. I didn't play for 2 years. I was playing too much tennis and like being the pro and also training paddle. No golf at all. And I started training, 1 month and a half, and I needed to keep going because if not, it's difficult. They play really well. We enjoy. It's a really good week, and hopefully we can have another time.
Pro tennis. Pro football. This week, have you... Oh, you know what? Before I get into this, I want to look at that putt that you hold there on 10. I mean, the crowd erupted. Yeah. It was tracking the whole way. Commentators couldn't even believe it. Is that the moment? Double points. It's get a little bit of a get back. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You're trying to even up that score a little bit. It might not be possible to win, but it must feel good.
It was hard because, like I said, I didn't have any feeling this week. Seriously, I hit it well, and I was not playing my handicap. I didn't have that feeling that you need to have in this course with the people, with the environment. You feel a little bit nervous, and at the end, I tried to fight, with JJ. He's a really good golfer, and like I said, the first 3 holes, he was unbelievable. 3 under, in the first 3 holes, and then I fight a little bit back for 2. I saved our hole, which was 2 points for him. I make a par, a really good one. And then I came back here a little bit, so I got a good feeling at the end.
It must have been good. It must have felt good because you got your abs out for the celebration. One of the few icons here that can still do that. Diego, go enjoy, relax and chill. There's a lot more golf for us to get through. Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Josh. Thank you, Diego. Now back to the finishing hole. Nemanja, par 5 10th.
233 yards into the fan after a colossal tee shot.
It's like he might have hung that a little right.
He has hit some big tee balls, lots of speed, lots of distance and power.
He's a big man. I'm seeing a lot of these icons for the first time this week, and it surprised me just how tall one of them are.
So 5-1 up, Jimmy Bullard putting it on Gianfranco Zola. Didn't see this coming. Maybe Mr. Zola just running out of gas, but expect this one to be in here close. This has been his bread and butter this week, 93 yards.
Yeah, he's been really good at this kind of stuff this week from this range.
Wanted to leave uphill, you know what I mean?
Professional shot, they call it.
He's all enjoying it.
Up ahead 1 hole to the 8th, par 3, Team World's home hole. 170 yards this is playing today. Nigel de Jong has taken a 2-point lead over Phil Jagielka.
166 today. Pin all the way back today.
Good strike,
Oh, he likes that. Yeah, solid. Good quality of strike.
Another player who was impressed this week, Nigel de Jong, has hit a lot of good shots that look from above at the 10 holes these icons are playing. Right now, Nigel de Jong in Icons Corner, right in the middle of it. The 170-yard par 3 8th. Plenty of water, plenty of bunkers on these 3 holes, and plenty of opportunity for some volatility in the scoring as well.
Yeah, water down the left side on the 7th. Water down the left side on the 8th.
Right, is it? Oh, no. It's on a good line. Impressive for Jagielka to be doing what he's doing today after severe dehydration last night.
Yeah, Robbie Fowler at the home hole. From short range.
New wedges in the bag. He loves them. Play your best.
Oh. What a shot from Robbie Fowler. Right behind the hole. New wedges, new grooves, able to create some spin. Speaking of spin, Radar, Vidic might have to create some here.
Yeah, well, he's short-sighted over there on the right-hand side, and his captain came in, Sergio Garcia. There's a tree between himself and the flagstick. Sergio said, well, you don't have to worry about the tree. Well, he needs to worry about the tree if he knifes it. Straight over the top. On a banging line.
Oh, what a shot.
Tell you what, that is really, really good there. No tree trouble. Spins it. That was full commitment there.
Interesting to see these Team World players in the latter matches. They know that it's going home. They know that Team England is on their march to victory, but they don't want that margin to be too much.
Well, playing for a lot of pride now.
Great finish from Forlan. Finishing well here. Nigel de Jong, couple holes to play. He's playing very nicely. Claude, you've got your academy here. You've spent quite a bit of time in this region in Reignwood Park, Robbinswood Golf Course. Have you ever seen it presented better?
To be honest with you, it's presented like this every single time I come here. That's the great thing about this club. For the members that are lucky enough to be here, the commitment to excellence from the Reignwood group, the way they present this golf course, they want every day to be like a tour event. And it's as good a conditioned golf course as I've seen anywhere in the world. The first time I came here was on a Tuesday afternoon, and I said to myself when I toured the golf course, Ewan, they could play a tour event here right now, and that's the commitment, and that's not easy to do. That takes a number of things. It takes a great greenkeeper like Kenny. It takes a great commitment from the ownership. You can't grow grass out here in this type of climate. There's something wrong, but they will do what it takes to present this golf course and create a world-class facilities for the membership here at Robbinswood.
Oh, we've got a couple of opportunities for birdie here, Radar.
Yeah, absolutely. This one up the hill and quite slow. When you said that to yourself, Claude, did you answer yourself back?
I did. I always answer myself back, Radar.
Me too.
Too many demons. Got to answer.
It was always on the left side there for Vidic. It's a par. And he's been impressive the last couple of days. Former Man U icon. 56 Serbian caps in his career.
Would not want to go across the middle, try and win a header against this guy. Especially when you're short like me.
4-point lead currently for Robbie Fowler. Double points on offer here. This for the win and a 6-point margin over Vidic.
You just know he wants to finish by holing this out on the final hole with the big crowd. Just leaked a little on him.
Two icons of football. They played a great match here this afternoon. Robbie Fowler with a couple of wins today. Adding points to the total of Team England. Let's head back to the 8th. Jagielka, long birdie putt. Not too bad. It's a tough one to gauge the speed that
it is late in the day. Greens are growing all day, as fast as they were in the morning. Now Gabriel Batistuta currently leading. Trying to draw one in there. Safely aboard. Lengthy putt for birdie.
Tell you what, the fact that Diego Forlan birdied 6 and 7, two of the more difficult par 4s, it's seriously good playing. John Terry a bit out of position here. Over near our TV compound. Bottom groove, maybe. Fatigue setting in.
I think he's just going to be so frustrated. Such a competitor. Now Nigel John, great iron shot in here. Oh, look at this, look at this. Oh, what a putt, well done. Beautifully judged there.
Good par there for Nigel de Jong. Jagielka will have this par putt to remain. 2 points in arrears with a couple to play.
He swung these here. I'm actually and you're there. You know Swanley? You know Swanley. Oh,
Good par, good save from Phil Jagielka. Well, let's head back down to our studio. Nick Doherty is standing by.
Thanks very much. Yeah, joined by the latest match to arrive back here to our position off air, where we'll be taking in all the scenery. Someone's going to lift a trophy. It's looking like it's going to be Team England. Nemanja, though, first of all, you're brilliant through the week, undefeated going into the singles. You suffered your first one, and at the hands of a Liverpool player. How's that feeling?
No, listen, I think I was playing pretty good until the 7th hole. So
yeah,
obviously that 8th hole healed me. I played bad shot and he wanted 2 points, and obviously he had the psychological advantage. And to be fair, for the whole day he was consistent. He didn't give me much chance to win the points, but well deserved it, and I will wait for him next time.
Robbie, of course you're playing for your country. Yeah. But also, was there a little bit extra needle in it because it's Liverpool, Man United?
I think absolutely. I think when obviously we found out the teams earlier on, I think there's something about Liverpool, Manchester United. And look, I know we're not playing anymore, but it's still always good to get one up on Manchester United as a Liverpool player, as a Liverpool lad. I know it's England, rest of the world, but there's always that element of clubs in it. That's what we do.
Just one for both of you before we go. What's been your favourite thing about your experience this week?
You know what, I'll be honest with you, Nick, I think everything about it. I mean, the course has been magnificent. I mean, the clubhouse, the people. I mean, this will be one of the best courses in Asia within the next year, guaranteed. It's a phenomenal place, and I mean, I'm so delighted I got to play a part of it, because I'm not sure you'll get many better facilities than this.
Winners always love the golf course, mind you. Yeah. Nemanja, what have you enjoyed particularly about the week, being in that team room with Sergio?
No, obviously some great players, obviously playing golf that we didn't see in the past. Obviously, have opportunity to come here in Bangkok on this lovely golf course. This is the paradise, and I never played on a better golf course. And obviously, it had spectators and obviously media following what we're doing today. So I really enjoyed every moment in the last 2 days.
Well, boys, have a little breather. Enjoy yourselves now because you've put on quite the show. Well done, lads. Well done. Let's catch up with Incy.
So, David, 2018, you're hosting the opening ceremony of the Ryder Cup. That must have been an honour, huh?
That was amazing. I couldn't believe myself, to be honest, when I was surrounding like 40,000 people just ready to introduce the ceremony and the opening of the Ryder Cup in France. It was just an amazing moment to see all those talents coming up on stage. Thomas Bjorn, Jim Furyk. Hey, well, it was a dream come true, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, the icons of football, maybe the closest that we'll get to the Ryder Cup. Is it a little bit more lonely playing in the singles?
Well, you just have to rely on yourself, your caddy a little bit.
Paul's always loud enough, isn't he?
Yeah. But, you know, it has been 3 days of intense golf under heat, temperature very high, humidity, and but you know what? This place is just amazing. So we really enjoy being together, and I hope to come back, by the way.
Amazing. I'm sure you will. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to have these players interacting with the fans and media alike. David Ginola on the finishing hole, long bogey putt, Claude.
Yeah, up the hill here. We've seen so many players leave this short, but that is a very good effort from down there.
Great hearing these players being interviewed because the one common theme is they're all so grateful. They're all so happy to be here back in a team environment at such a beautiful venue as well.
Well, if you don't like this,
there's something wrong, isn't
you
there?
don't like golf, I can tell you that. Paul Ince. Hit it.
Carried a 6-point lead into this hole, Paul Ince.
He's got a 6-point lead and he's putting it past the hole yesterday. Couldn't get it to the hole. Confidence, I mean, at the best players in the world, what doesn't matter what sport you're playing, confidence is the thing that is just, it can play such a huge role.
Come on, Incy. Come on, Governor. You want to hole a nice putt in front of the big gallery. Is it the final shot of the icons?
Wanted to make that one really a good look there.
I think he's looking forward to the 19th hole, Mr. Ginola. A pleasure to be treated to these two icons out here on the golf course, back in the sporting arena.
Well, you couldn't meet a more confident human being than David Ginola, but game of golf humbles us all.
Yes, it does. He's been impressive today, Paul Ince. These two were very intimidating presences on the football field and really just gentle giants, aren't they? There we go, from on the course to guest commentary, pulling strings behind the scenes in the production office. Anything these two can't do. Hashtag Icons Series. Lee Westwood, captain of England. Sergio Garcia, captain of Team World. Michael O'Dwyer, Wayne Suter, Fiona Smith there from APAC Productions. Thank you very much for the behind-the-scenes tour. Jimmy Bullard back on the 8th.
Green in regulation. I'd love to see what he's played these par 3s in this week. That should be pretty good.
His iron play has been stupendous. This is brilliant, watching elite sportsmen out of their comfort zone but still performing incredible mindsets. Is the series coming to the UK? We certainly hope it is. We certainly hope it's going around the world, but the incredible mindsets, it's something we've touched upon all week. You just don't lose that. Come on, Gianfranco. Come on. It's a good roll.
Back-to-back birdies. Birdie at 7 and now a birdie at 8. Cuts into that lead. It's just 3.
Sorry.
5-3, so 2 points and 2 points to come on the 10th.
Out of it. Okay, so Phil Jagielka and Nigel de Jong, they're playing the 9th hole. This is the 8th tee. It's a fair way offline here.
Enough said. It just goes to show you can sometimes hit it so far offline, you know, and that you actually get a decent lie because...
What's he got in his way? He's got a chair. I know there's a couple of stands over there, an umbrella, some crowd, trees.
He's got the upper roll sprit stand he's got to go over. He's got the halfway house.
Hey, well, that was a brave gallery standing there. 2-point lead as well in this match. There we go. Back in
trying to get that back in play.
Yeah, somewhere over there is where Nigel de Jong was.
That is a long way offline.
Just being very friendly. Here we go. There's a virtual of where he went, just straying a little bit off course, as we all do from time to time.
Well, now you just go into, if he can make this par, this would be the par of the week. 9th tee to the 8th tee, lay up, knock it close, make the putt, but on the scorecard, it would just look like a par.
Well, he just wanted to say hello to the final match, which is this man, Gabriel Batistuta, with a 2-point lead over John Terry. A chance here for Terry to steal double points. It's the away hole.
Get a good look at that setup. He aims left, comes over, aims to the right, comes over it. Finds the putting surface. Another green in regulation. This whole location should set up well for John Terry. Likes to draw the golf ball left-handed. So he can kind of fire this back to this back right or back left pin. Doesn't like the hat on. Doesn't want to mess the hair up when he's hitting shots.
A little bit down breeze, just a 9-9 for Terry.
He's got a lot of speed, a lot of power.
He's gone after it, and they like it.
Oh, good shot. That's one of the better ones we've seen today. He'll be happy with that. He's thinking, I do that all the time at home.
Well, he's defending John Terry, something he did so very, very well throughout his career. Let's get back down to the studio. Nick is standing by.
Delighted to say that David Ginola and, of course, Paul Ince alongside me. He did what Man United fans got used to watching quite a lot. Left it all out there on the field, did the governor today with you, David. How good was he?
Well, you know, I have the impression that I spend my holidays in Thailand with the Ince family. We played on the first day, we play yesterday, and we play today as well. So it was great. I mean, his level is very, very good. He's consistent, and you know, he can support pressure as well. So you know, we know how he can cope with all that. So it was just a pleasure to share those moments with him.
Paul, it looked like you really came alive today in the singles, and that's where the most pressure stands. I suppose without trying to tie it too closely to football, but just the ethos behind the champion's mindset. How much did you get to sort of relive some of those juices, the excitement of competition that you obviously left behind when you retired?
I think the most important thing is when you play singles, And as a team game, you should always take responsibility as an individual, even though it's involved in the team game. When you play 1v1, you know, it's down to you. The pressure's on you to perform. And, you know, even I've done that, tried to do that all my career. But I must say today, you know, David, to be fair, sore knees, sore hip. You know, he was aching a bit today, so I kind of took advantage of that. But we're talking about one of the greatest and most talented players ever to put on a football boot. So it's a pleasure, David.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. The crying shame of all of this, gents, is that perhaps the most stylish man of all 24 here isn't going to be donning a cream jacket today. That's the tragedy in all of this, but great playing for both of you.
It doesn't matter. We're proud of that.
Absolutely.
Unique.
Well done, boys. Congratulations. Go and have a little rest. Let's get back out there.
Good stuff, Nick. We just saw a terrific tee shot from Jimmy Bullard on the 9th hole as well. There's only 3 matches remaining out on the golf course. Let's take a look at how things currently stand. It's a big, big lead to Team England. It is definitely coming home, but there's pride on the line. Team World ahead in a couple of those matches. Still a little bit of golf left to be played. Don't go anywhere.
Well, the final group on the 8th, Gabriela Batistuta, John Terry in there, 20-25 feet. This is over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go here on this one. Tons of green here. Big greens here at Robbinswood. And I think that's one of the things that's caught some of the players out, because they're just, these greens are big, they're fast, there's a lot of grain, there's a lot of undulation in that. Lag putting, it's just something the average golfer just doesn't spend enough time on. Everybody's putting from 5 feet, 3-footers. You go out, you have 36 putts, a bunch of 3 putts, and what's everybody do? They rush back to the putting green to putt 5-footers. And if you spend kind of 60% of your time from outside of 30 feet, your scores will improve, because that's when the 3 putts come. The further away you get from the hole, distance control, something that most golfers just don't spend enough time with.
Yeah, it's great advice, and again, something that was probably underrated during Tiger Woods' prime as well. Just how well he lagged the ball. This is going to be very difficult to get within 2 or 3 feet. He may not have got it within 10 feet.
I don't think he had the right yardage or the right club on that one. He's shaking it. That's got to be almost 100 feet.
Huge opportunity for John Terry. Double points.
Yeah, double points. Get this back to all square. Yeah. He makes this. And this is where the competitor will come out, John Terry. That's a quality iron shot. That's the iron shot he expected to play. Let's see if he can finish this off.
Yeah, I'll put it back here. Got it left in? Now out.
It's great to be here, isn't it? Replacing for Peter Schmeichel last minute. You're really embracing this opportunity.
I'm really thankful to be part in this organization. I'm happy. Last 2 holes not, but so far I play well. It's a high challenge for me too, and it's a great experience.
What's it like? Because in football everything's so reactive, but in golf you have all that time to stand over a ball that's not moving.
The key is I cannot stop him if he play well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't have a body contact, and at the other wide, I like it to enjoy the greens. I like it to be in the freedom. You know what I mean? And that's why some good shots, some bad shots, but end of the day. It's a great presentation for me too.
That's golf. Teşekkür ederim.
Ben teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. All right, keep it up.
It's been great having Hamid Altintop here, and he's spoken about what this will do for the game of golf back in Turkey as well. He's a star back there. Now John Terry to win the hole at the par 3/8.
Just comes up a little short. A really solid iron shot. He'll be happy with that.
This is Team World's home hole, so a par putt coming up from Batistuta. If this doesn't go in, it's 2 points to John Terry, which would mean the match would be tied. The last match on the golf course.
Could this be Argentina breaking England hearts again? We've seen it before.
Yes, we have. Oh, he tried.
Man, that was a good-looking putt.
Of course, Batistuta part of that infamous World Cup match where David Beckham got the red card. Still haunts England, now out top. Up against Joe Hart, this on the finishing hole. Oh, no. Well, it turns out it was still good enough. He had 2 putts for the win, so it's a 1-point victory to Team World. And it's got to be said too, fair play to Joe Hart. He's been a revelation this week.
Joe Hart, double bogey at 7, birdie at 8, double bogey at 9, double bogey at 10 to finish.
They love JT out here in Africa. He's loved everywhere. Greatest captain of all time. It's subjective, but hard to argue.
Very good, yeah. It's a good hole. It's a good little competition, actually. The last hole is 2 points, right?
Just 3 matches now out on the golf course. All square in that last match, which is what we want to see. I'd love to have that come down, that Terry Batistuta match, come down to the last hole. See if someone can win that match with a birdie on the par 5.
Bit of movement in this putt from Gianfranco Zola. He was 4 points down. He's clawed it back to 2 with birdies on the previous 2 holes. Again, channeling that mindset. Do not want to lose. And a birdie putt as well, Claude.
Yeah, it's going to break from his right to left. It's going to be slow early. This 9th green slopes a little bit from back to front.
Oh, that close to 3 in a row.
Beautiful roll on that. You can see the logo on that rolling. Just didn't play enough break.
I don't think Jimmy Bullard's going to be giving that putt either.
Not at this point. Jimmy wants the W, I can tell you that.
I've got it.
This will be pretty quick down the slope. I think this breaks a lot more than what the players think from left to right, so depending on the speed that he wants to hit this. He wants to try and die this in. He's got to play a lot more break. He wants to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe a little less. He's been good all week. Like this little putting routine, practice putt above the hole and then just pulls the trigger. This has got a chance. This has got a chance. Oh! That was a good putt. Played that beautifully. Maybe just a touch too hard, but read it perfectly.
That was a sensational roll.
I think this is a big putt for Gianfranco Zola. To stay 2 back, try and put some pressure. 2 points on offer on this last hole. 10th.
Puts this in, he can still mathematically tie the match. Not a gimme.
Jimmy making him putt this.
Oh, I would too. Safe pair of hands, Zola.
He's apologizing for not giving it to him.
Let's get ahead to the finishing hole. Nigel de Jong, a 2-point lead over Phil Jagielka.
You mentioned he hasn't been playing golf for a long time, but I've been pretty impressed with the skills.
Just a layup. Hasn't been playing for a long time, but doesn't get the chance to play much now with his ties to the Dutch Federation and the defence coordinator there.
We are united. We are united.
What a rock of that foundation of that defence at Man City.
Certainly was. Teammates, of course, with Tevez, Joe Hart. Over 100 appearances for the Blue Moon. Driver off the deck for Jagielka.
Wow. The Chief off the deck. That finds the green. Oh,
that was all over it.
That was right at it. What a great shot. Driver off the deck. Everybody loves that one.
I won't take up the tee box, but I'll take up the fairway.
I mean, almost 24 hours ago, he had IV drips coming out of him, and now he's hitting driver off the deck. This is how things stand. 3 matches left on the golf course, 2 of them on the final hole. It's a big, big, big lead. 38 points, in fact, to Team England over Team World. It is definitely coming home. Safely say that now. Here's Nigel de Jong on the 10th.
Asking for it to cut and stays straight. Tough to cut it out of that rough. Club wants to get closed over by the rough.
Well, Radar, you're down there on the finishing hole. What have your thoughts been the last couple of days?
I've had a blast. Absolutely marvellous. This great championship, the icons of golf. I mean, it's, you know, it could be anything. I mean, it really is fantastic. It could be the icons of anything. Sport, music, could be, you know, it's a fantastic thing. This week for me has been truly magnificent. And watching these players, I've been so very impressed with the way that these footballers conduct themselves as people, as men, not only men, but as golfers. And they've been so very impressive. I wouldn't like to play any of them off handicap. Gee whiz, it's been a blast. It's been a pleasure to be part of it.
Well, you and Sergio Garcia would give anything to be a footballer or a tennis player, and I just always find it golfers would love to be the athletes, their heroes, and all their heroes would absolutely love to be golfers.
I think it's where sports unite, right?
Absolutely.
I think those sentiments are echoed by just about everyone tuning in, certainly everyone here on site at Reignwood Park. This is a difficult long bunker shot.
Well, not as difficult as the driver off the deck. He had 285 off the deck. And that takes a lot of talent to be able to sweep one off the deck. Water left. Hospitality suites right, where a lot of liquids are flowing. One would have thought.
Is David Ginola up there? He was pointing there when he putted out.
Imagine he'd be up there somewhere.
I'm betting Radar might be up there soon.
Swinging
there now. We don't have a camera on him. Good speed for Jagielka. An impressive performance today from Phil. Now, Josh, let's head down his way. He's standing by in the studio.
Joe. I've been waiting to do this because I know there's a little bit of devastation just there, but we're going to get to that because what I've loved so much about this week has been your evolution as a golfer from day one to this. I mean, it's a completely different person. You said to me, I've cracked it. And listen, on the first tee, I watched you take this drive, and hopefully we can see it now because it was absolutely special. We might get to it in a little bit, but you look so confident. You said to me, Josh, I'm going to crush this. I'm going to crush this in front of Lee, in front of a grandstand full of people, and you piped it straight down the middle.
Yeah, that's just the headspace you got to get into. Like I say, evolution, literally the most golf I've ever played in a week, and I've loved every minute of it, mate. I've loved the drama, the getting psyched up again. I've not been on a football pitch since May, and I know a lot of these boys haven't been on for a long time, but...
And if you take a look down here, you'll see your reaction.
Yeah.
And it was well-deserved. Everything to be going right for you on that first tee.
Yeah, well, to be fair, shout out Stuart Parkin, who's come with me, family, friend, giving me all the advice I possibly could, and we were trying to get in a good moment. I've got a million things going through my head. Get that left foot screwed in. Wait through the back. It's a driver. Get slightly leaned up, and then next minute you just flop. I was like, no, it all came together for that moment, so I'm happy.
But you've been grafting. Your road to Reignwood has been incredible. Talk me through the grind and the process that you've been in to get here and perform the way that you have.
Well, look, Thomas called me. He knew obviously I came out of the game and he had something special coming. I put my cards on the table like I always do. I went, Thomas, I'd love to, but I don't want to let you down. I understand you're trying to do something serious here, but if you're aware that I'm not the best, but I'm going to try my best to get in the best shape I can do to compete. And he said, go for it. I believe in you as a character, and that meant the world to me. So I got my head down and give it a right good go.
Well, I absolutely think that he will be proud of the way that you performed, aren't we? No one wants to win most improved. Nobody. It's the worst award in sports, but you are that guy. And now, as we see people are finishing up on the 10th green here, Joe, I'm going to let you go because you deserve a beer, you deserve a drink, you deserve to relax and get a cold towel because it's been special watching your growth as a golfer, and we look forward to seeing you at the next one. Your handicap, single digits, I'm sure. Listen, you'll be out there with the Jimmy Bullards of the world, the JTs, the Battistutors, you'll be giving them hell.
It won't be through lack of effort, mate.
Nice one, brother. Always a pleasure.
All right, cheers.
Back to the golf.
Great stuff, Josh and Joe Hart. We just saw the victory there for Nigel de Jong over Phil Jagielka. We'll go back to the 9th. This is Batistuta up against John Terry in the final match.
Yeah, this is some duel. Last group on the golf course for birdie.
Oh, yes! Batty goal. He had 2 shot of the day contenders in the morning session. And there's one there.
To go back 1 up. JT's got to be thinking, what I got to do?
Unbelievable. John Franco will just squeeze one down there. Hit another fairway. This guy's just a machine. He reminds me back in the day, the great Calvin Peete. That's how straight he hits it. And he could hit it straight, let me tell you. So very neat, John Franco.
It's a great way to describe his swing. I don't think he has missed a fairway in a few years.
And guess what?
Oh, you're kidding. It's on the fairway. He really shallows the club beautifully on the way down too, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Par 5 finishing hole. And, well, I don't think JJ or David Ginola, maybe Ruud Gullit as well, want to see where their balls finish, but maybe Theo Walcott, Phil Jones as well, but certainly some great ones up there. Look at Nemanja Vidic taking it down the left side, longest drive.
He has got some speed. He has got some power. If he can just make that backswing a little bit more stable at the top, he can move it.
Jimmy told me from 263 he's going to hit himself a nice little sweeper in there.
Talk to me, Skip. It's so money.
Look at him. Jimmy. Oh, come on, what a shot.
What a shot, Jimmy Bullard.
Yeah, Jimmy can play. Is he going to walk up here and give us the trousers that resemble Celeste Patterson? Lock him up.
Jimmy Bullard, he's had some iconic moments here in the finishing hole, hasn't he? Yesterday, hit a beautiful shot in here, walked after it. This morning was something else, we won't go there, and that was just a cracking way to finish.
It's just what he does, you know. He loves the big stage.
It's such a tremendous action.
Westy, talk to me! Talk to me, Skip. It's so money.
Look at him. Jimmy. Oh, come on, what a shot.
And that's not an iron shot. That's not a short iron shot. That's 3-wood or 5-wood.
He's such a character. He has been such an integral part of Team England's performance this week. Let's get back to the tee. Final match out there.
No. Shit.
Water left. Oh,
splash. Oh, he didn't do it, did he? Birdie's the 9th from way downtown. And then rinses it left in the water.
Double points on offer. John Terry 1 point behind. His eyes have just lit up.
Like John Terry, all you got to do is try and get this in play. Plenty of room out there. Anything to the right will be fine. That's what you needed to do there. Oh, one of the best of the day there.
That's 298 yards to that tree, 10 yards short of it. It's a 290-yard drive to finish for John Terry. Interesting to see where Batistuta drops the ball as well. Let's move up ahead to Zola.
Got himself a nice 9-9 Gianfranco. He's not giving in. Don't worry, he wants to pipe this. Good line, giddy up.
Yeah, good solid shot, as he's done for the last couple of days. The magician.
What about that shot from Jimmy Bullard?
It was as good as any tour pro.
That's got to be shot of the week.
You reckon tour pros wouldn't like that on a Sunday afternoon?
Oh, yes, they would. Give it to me right now.
I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it so much. Yeah. Hope you hold
And he
it.
called
Really
it.
impressed. Yeah, thank you.
Before he hit it. Don't you hate guys like that who aren't professional golfers?
Oh, I know. That's a big hit too. 263. Carry it all the way there.
Into it.
Fly it all the way back there. We've seen guys struggle with wedges to get it all the way back. So to smash 3-wood.
You know he wants to make that putt as well. It's not been an eagle the last 2 days.
He makes the putt. Does he take a dive into the water?
He's got it. He is a popular man wherever he goes, Jimmy Bullard.
Jimmy boy.
And it's got to be said, a good fight back from Gianfranco Zola today as well. Clawed his way back from 4 points down to 2. Not going to be enough at the end, but been a fun battle to watch these two. Nothing but respect between the pair.
You wonder how many of the younger generation of footballers, Gianfranco Zola was their hero, things he could do, the magician. Looked like there wasn't anything he couldn't do with football. In the same way, when you watch Rory McIlroy play golf, it just doesn't look like there's anything he can't do with a golf ball. And that's the great thing when you watch elite professional athletes, the way they perform at the highest level. We're so lucky to have seen all of these great footballers throughout their careers. And there's a reason why they have the icon logo on their shirt, because that's what they are.
This is a difficult putt. This is into the green. It's uphill. And then it's downhill. It's out of his left. How's your touch, Zola? How's your feel? Looking pretty nice.
Oh, it's pretty good, I say. Good try. Just wondering whether he'd normally concede the hole, but he wants to see Jimmy with a grandstand finish. Come on, there's not been an eagle in the 2 days so far. Could this be the first?
Well, we made the comparison yesterday, Radar, to Ian Poulter. This is the type of stuff that Ian Poulter used to do in the Ryder Cup, and he'd pay it off by the putt.
Well, if he holds this, heavens knows what's going to happen.
I think he's going in the water.
Come on, Jimmy. Don't leave it short. It's a great try. It's a victory for Team England. Another 4 points on the board. That means there's just one match left on the golf course. Great having Jimmy Bullard here, Reignwood Icons of Football. Great to see the teammates waiting around the final green for these players. There's just the one match, the anchor match, left on the golf course. And John Terry, 285 yards off the tee, equal longest drive. Stood playing some army golf here at the final hole. Found the water off the tee, this one way right.
Oh, the last hole makes birdie. Looks like he knows exactly what he's doing and making a mess of this par 5 so far.
I think he's just raised his arms in defeat there, hasn't he? Everybody knows where that one has finished. It does look like there's something. Is that a white ball just right of the path there? A lot of fans on site, a lot of them hanging around this final green. Where all the icons have gathered. There's some great activations, a lot of hospitality around this final green. So many of these players, such fierce rivals, even on this Team World team 10, 15, 20 years ago, all coming together. It's great to see. I think JT's still waiting to see what Understood is doing here at the final hole. Well, while they're waiting, let's get down to Josh in the studio with Jimmy Bullard.
Well, well, well. How about that, by the way? I thought you were going to make an eagle. I had good money on it.
Sorry, Josh. Speechless. What a week.
Yeah, proper.
Just unbelievable. Played with Gianfranco Zola.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
How good does that get?
It doesn't get much better than that.
And then coming in down the last, cooled down, nice bit of breeze on us. He started playing some, I started playing some, and what a finish. Had a chance for eagle. Like, you know,
that close.
I tried. Yeah, it was a tricky putt. You know, even Wesley come up and he said it's a little bit off the left, and I was feeling this, and a bit of grain took over, but yeah, it was close.
That's the level of golf we're at. A bit of grain took over.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, is it left or right? Is it up and down?
But even the shot, Josh, let me talk you back through that.
Oh, please do, because I watched it from up here. You know what? How about we show you? So
okay,
you talk us through it. Do some commentary for us.
So I had 268. Wesley's called it as I walked up, and I'm going, have you had your shot there? He's gone, Jim, you can do that. But I don't sweep draw it, and there's a big tree in my way. I've swept draw it as I've hit it. I'm like, money. And it was just like...
You were walking right after it.
I just knew. And I just said, Wesley, follow me, baby. And that's all she wrote.
There we go. And also, watching some of the golf that you've played, and you told me at the beginning of the day, when I saw you on the first day, you said you had been in the water. You weren't in the best mood, because you just driven one in the water. But less of that. We're going to keep it positive. He said, I would love to beat Gianfranco Zola. I know he's a legend.
Yeah.
But I would love to beat him. How does it feel?
Yeah, unbelievable. Whatever the score was, I don't know. But he's a good player. He's steady. He's solid. You know, he had a couple of shots on me, and you've got to be careful. There's a few tricky holes here. It looks like it suits me, like a longer ball. Hit the ball longer, but it doesn't. There's a few bunkers. So to beat him, he birdied the par 3 7th, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, this could go either way here.
Oh, John's going for the green here.
Come on, John boy.
Yeah? This is the level of support.
Come on, JT!
That's what I wanted to hear. We need some support. Not that we need any of the points, but Jimmy, please do a bit of commentary for us here as JT goes for his green on the
I think
turn.
we're behind that big apple tree. I say he's got 280. I don't think he's going to get there. What's he got? Let's have a little butchers.
Yeah,
He's got a little freeward. He does like this shot, to be fair to him. A little bit of breeze into. Let's see where it goes.
What would you do? I mean, this is basically the shot that you had in.
I'd be at it. No, I've had to sweep it round the tree. He's got it slightly
yours was harder.
easier. Struck it. Is it a tad left? Where's he going?
He's not happy with it.
Does he like it? Is he walking after it?
I don't
No.
think he likes it.
No, he's mermaid flicked it off.
Oh.
No good.
Is there a ball in your pocket, Jimmy, you can throw down there?
What's the score with JT? He'd be fuming if he's lost this.
No, I don't. You know,
he is fuming.
He's not a good loser, is our JT.
Well, he's won all his life, hasn't he? I play golf with him every week at the Scratch Club at Wisley. Oh, sorry, boys, I shouldn't say Scratch Club because they said it's a secret, but I've just let it out on Sky Sports. But I play golf with him every week on a Friday, and he hates losing, like, with the best of them. Do you know what I mean? Like, he is officially the hardest grinding golfer that I've played with. Him, Stephen Hendry.
Fair play.
Unbelievable.
These guys are special golfers. Jimmy, you played some special golf. I cannot let you lose this moment. It's nearly time. The sun is setting on Icons of Football.
Yeah.
Is it too early to say golf is coming
on? It's coming on.
It's coming on. It's coming. Golf is.
Get
out of here, Jimmy. Go join your team. Thank you, guys.
No more to say. Thank you, Jimmy Bullard. Thank you, Josh. Just JT and Gabriel Batistuta left on the golf course on this final hole. All the icons gathered around the green.
Tell you what, Serge, I'll even give you a drop.
Oh, thank you.
So you can get a backswing.
Do you have a laser?
No.
That's the ball of Gabriel Batistuta. Now, he found the water off the tee, took a penalty, so he's there for 3.
Which side you going? That side?
Here we go.
No, closest we're going to be here.
Oh, call the captain.
Nearest point, you've got to consider your stats too.
Nearest point with the relievers over here.
You've got to consider your
Here.
stats too.
Westy has agreed to this one.
Team World haven't had their call the captain option this afternoon, so Sergio Garcia will be hitting the 4th shot.
158.
Well, assuming this is his 4th shot, Claude, still in this hole because JT's hit it in the water. He'll be playing 4 from a little further up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Sergio's pulling out a couple of clubs just to check out which one he wants to hit. This lies, yeah, the ball's just nestled down a little bit. One thing's for certain, I've called more shots for Sergio Garcia than these footballers before. But look, this flag position over there back right, well, Jimmy Bullard's flag, let's face it, that was the shot of the championship. Now this thing could jump. He'll take this on, he won't bail out. It's just whether he can hold the back edge out of this jumpy kind of lie. The wind is out of the right-hand side a little. Got himself an 8-iron. He's still a long way back. So can he hold that back edge?
Sergio Garcia has faced big moments like this numerous times in his career. Can he deliver? Got the jumper.
Oh, man.
Radar was right. That did jump out of that lie. He had 8. He could probably have gotten a 9 there from almost 170.
Oh, and the reaction from his team. That's going to leave Gabriel Batistuta a very difficult bunker shot coming up. It's been an excellent couple of days, Claude. It's all coming to a conclusion here.
Oh, what a fantastic week. Incredible athletes, great footballers, great camaraderie. But for me, the star of the show has been this amazing golf course.
here at Robbinswood. I think every one of these players would love to play here every day, I can tell you that.
But I think the whole format really has been wonderful, hasn't it? I mean, it's just a great innovation, the Icons series. It's here to stay. 24 Icons of Football, a global game.
Never been so nervous back there.
Mohammed in Africa. They love JT. They love JT all around the world. Very subjective. Who is the best captain of all time? But we'll certainly throw his name into the ring. Radar, thanks for all your work this week.
Yeah, it's been great fun. What a great shot from John Terry there to come out of the rough there and get such height and such spin. Fantastic shot.
Good stuff. So JT will have a par putt coming up. Gabriel Batistuta playing his fifth from the back bunker. Talk about a pressure-packed moment. Every single person on site at Robbinswood is here.
Absolutely, and he couldn't have a tougher bunker shot down on the downslope. He's got to land this. He's got to land this in the fringe and try and spin it.
Surely you've got to have words to your captain for putting you in this position, don't you? Come on.
If he gets this
50
inside
feet would be good.
Absolutely,
50 feet.
Radar.
50 feet, Radar said, would be good. Oh! I'm guessing that's a concession.
That's a pretty good shot from Sergio. Well, there's the concession.
And we know JT hates losing. Double points on the final hole, so it's an England victory in that final match. Well done, John Terry, but well done, everyone involved with this Reignwood Icons of Football. What a treat it's been the last couple of days. Thank you also to Lee Westwood and Sergio Garcia, the captains. They have been instrumental in this Reignwood Icons of Football. And a wonderful scene around this final green.
Well, I think all of these players, this will be an experience that they will look back on. Camaraderie, being a part of a team.
Well done.
And like I said earlier, every one of these players, they all hit a good shot at some point. They all did something under pressure on the biggest stage for them.
He was looking. Congratulations, man. Lucky, man. Well done.
That was a bit of a demolition derby in the end, a 39-point victory for Team England. Plenty of highlights both days in the competition here at Robbinswood Golf Course. Let's take a look at some of those.
Well, on the first, one of the standouts this week, Teddy Sheringham, the no-look putter.
And on the second, this is Lee Sharp out of the fairway bunker. Yesterday, Nigel de Jong producing from the same position. This was also an excellent shot from the former Man U icon. That would be a win for Team England there.
But the hottest player on the golf course today was Double J with the touch. He can hit the golf ball a long way, but beautiful touch.
Well, he birdied the opening hole for a win. What can he do in the second hole? This is for a birdie and another win. Can't birdie them all if you don't birdie the first two.
You can't birdie them all unless you birdie the first three, and that's exactly what he did. Another quality iron shot, 3 in a row.
This time, it's not Jermaine Jenis, but it's Phil Jones for a birdie at 6 in the win. Playing against Carlos Tevez, and in it goes, Phil Jones.
And then at the 8th, Paul Ince. What a good shot that was. Right in the middle of this green to about 10, 12 feet.
At the 10th. Diego Forlan, he birdied hole 6, he birdied hole 7. Can he do it at the finishing hole? Yes, he can, right in the middle.
Gabriela Batistuta on the 9th, about 30 feet up the hill. Match was all square. Take a 1-up lead. Let's see what that means to him. He loves it.
And this is how things wrapped up after the final session of singles. A big win, it must be said, for Team England. It is coming home. A lot of red on the board in each session. And what a weekend it has been.
An icon is someone that is extraordinary at what they do.
Elegance, unique.
There's few in the world that are iconic, full stop.
All the names who are actually present here, they are all icons.
Which is going to be the most iconic thing to do?
A hug from Theo Walcott.
Oh gosh, Theo, how are we, mate?
So, here I am. I'm absolutely buzzing.
I think you can tell by the smile on my face, I've been quite excited to get here.
I'm in heaven, mate. Let me show you how I prepare like an icon. Whoa! No. Slow down, John. Whoa!
I want to go back to school. To go home with a cream jacket would be incredible.
Be nice with a glass of champagne in my hand.
I think rivalry in sport is very important. There's still that hatred there.
You've all pulled on an England shirt before, well, apart from you, Jimmy. You can ask for these lads.
Let's go, boys.
Guys, coming out!
I love golf. I love it. It's such an art.
Old, young, whatever, you can play.
It's the only sport that I can go out and not think about anything else.
No matter how long I play this game, I'm not going to master it. I think that really gets me. That's why I love the game.
It really has been a treat the last couple of days, Claude, but I think the overriding, or the one word that a lot of these players have used is gratitude.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for everyone watching, you've watched these players throughout the years on the football pitch do just some extraordinary things that you just can't relate to. But I think this week went a long way to help humanize these players, because golf is the ultimate equalizer, right? It doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how great an athlete you are in another sport. Golf is a different animal altogether, and I just think we've seen some great shots, we've seen some bad shots, but we've seen golf, and this is what golf is. And right now, with all the stuff going on in the professional game, it's been so refreshing to see this is golf. This is what will help grow the game of golf. The Icon Series can do a lot for that, to bring golf, to bring these athletes to these type of places. And what an incredible golf course. What an incredible facility. The Reignwood Group, Robbinswood Golf Club, the members here. It's a special place. I'm proud to be associated with it, having my academy here, and I look forward to getting back as soon as possible, I can tell you that.
Here, and Hamid Altintop spoke about what the sport of golf will do in Turkey after this. Well, Team World are wearing green, and at the Masters you win a green jacket for winning. What about here at the Icon Series? You win a cream jacket.
It's something sentimental you can look at. It will go in the trophy cabinet. To go home with a cream jacket would be incredible.
Be nice with a glass of champagne in my hand.
I didn't touch it, barely looked at it. like the World Cup trophy where you can just look and stare at it and not touch it.
The losing team has to put the cream jackets on the winning team.
He's going to present me the jacket.
Are you serious?
Oh, that's brilliant.
Nah.
For the other team to put it over your shoulders, you know, rub it in a little bit.
I can imagine there being some very smug people around.
I'm going to go in front of John Terry and I'm going to show my jacket.
We won't lose. We won't lose. I don't have to do that.
We are the one who's going to wear the cream jacket on the final day.
It's time for the official presentation. Let's get down to the final green with Dick Doherty.
Thank you very much, Ewan. Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome here to our prize-giving presentation of what have been a sensational Reignwood ICONs of Football tournament. This has been a fitting venue for the best players of football that you could ever imagine to pit their golfing skills against each other for England and the world. And because of that, they put on a great show for you. But huge congratulations to all of you here in Thailand. You made it a special event. Thank you so much for your support. Now, of course, this is about the players, but it's also about you, it's about this country, and it's also fitting that we have a great list of dignitaries to see us through our presentation. So I'd like to welcome our dignitaries now. First of all, Dr. Thaksin Shinawatra, former Prime Minister of Thailand. Dr. Promin Lertsuridej, the Secretary-General to the Prime Minister of Thailand. The CEO of ICONS, Mr. Tom Brooks. Miss Warapanit Rairungrang, the CEO of Reignwood Group. And finally, Mr. Parit Ruktapong Paisai, licensee and founder of KIS International School. On behalf of all of us here, huge thanks to our dignitaries for putting on just an incredible show here. It's been a great contest and a fitting campaign for these players against each other in our Icons of Sport here at Reignwood Park. So let's get a few of those big pictures out of the way. In the end, it was about two teams led by two immense captains in England's Lee Westwood and, of course, the rest of the world's Sergio Garcia. Please welcome him down here onto the 18th. Great leaders, icons of golf in Sergio and Lee. If I can get you to go ahead into the centre, we're going to get a couple of pictures with both of you with the trophy. Of course, only one of you will get to keep it. A reminder for those of you watching around the world, but also here, of the icons that we've got in Sergio and Lee, both Ryder Cup legends, both part of the miracle of Medina. 11 Ryder Cups for Lee Westwood, a former world #1, and of course the 2017 Masters champion in Sergio Garcia, the highest ever point scorer in a Ryder Cup. So, one further picture to have before we start to bring in our players. If I could just get Dr. Thaksin Shinawatra to remain, and then we just create a picture here with Lee and Sergio together.
As well, please. 1, 2. Okay,
Gents, thanks for putting on such a great show. Before we let you leave, Dr. Thaksin, one other picture we'd like to get would be with our two teams. So if we can get both teams of players to come up here now, that would be great. A warm welcome to Team World And Team England. Guys, before we get into our pictures, I think it's probably fitting with all of you here. Pardon my cables, I mosey across the green. Robbie Fowler causing trouble as he always did at Anfield. A little chat with our winning captain in Lee. Lee, what has been the experience of trying to guide through this week? Icons of football, but not necessarily the golf course. What have they brought to the course that has translated from what they did in their careers as footballers?
I think a coach or a captain's only as good as the talent he's got to work with, and this is a talented bunch. You know, obviously world-class footballers, but they've managed to transfer it onto the golf course this week. They're all ultra competitive. We just had the edge this week.
Sergio, a quick word with you. A quick word with you, Sergio, before we get into our picture. How proud are you of the team in spite of what was a disappointing outcome?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the English team played great golf, but I think my guys did too. Super proud of them. You know, we fought hard. We tried to make it close today, but they were just a little bit too good. You know, they were clutch every single time they needed to be, but I'm still super proud of them.
Okay, gents, I'm going to move out the way here, just behind you. And as much as this is obviously a picture we want to get, there's another one we've got to get in just a second as well, which might not be quite as pleasurable for Team World. Let's just grab this.
Everybody in? Okay, can everybody see me?
Some simply incredible golf played across the week. Jimmy Bullard on the end here, a new postman of Icons of Football, trying to follow in the footsteps of the great Ian Poulter in Ryder Cups. Okay, guys, it's time to move on. This, of course, leads to the thing that we've been talking about all week long. The winners here received the cream jacket. The winner is going to be Team England. So if I could possibly get Team World lined up behind Team England here. And here come the cream jackets. Gents, if I can get Team England to line up in front of Team World so they can put the jackets on you, although Figo looks like he's keeping that one to himself. One in front of the other, guys. We can get you to work around the back of Team England here, or vice versa. Excellent. Very aware of their positioning on the football pitch, less so here on this final green as we try and get them ready to receive this jacket. Guys, can I get you to move in? Let's get you to move in. Lined up there, Team World behind Team England. You are taking a bit of time. Slow play is a problem in the game of golf. Let's get you lined up. Joe, get yourself over there in amongst them.
Take that time. Just try to go back a bit.
All lined up, guys. It's like making a wall in football. Got to make a nice wall in front. Let's get you lined up, one behind the other. We all lined up? One player. So Team World, each player lined up behind a Team England player.
Come on, don't go,
Come on, gents, otherwise there'll be time for the next Reignwood Icons of Football. All right, here we are. Gents, have we each got someone lined up? Team England, are you ready to receive the cream jackets? Team World, are you ready to suffer putting it on them? Let's do it. Congratulations to the winners, Team England. I'd like to reintroduce here with our winning team, Dr. Thaksin Shinawatra, the former Prime Minister of Thailand. If I could get you down here with Team England for the picture, and Lee with the trophy. Lee, let's get you with the trophy. It's time. Take you around. That's pretty heavy. Team England, can I get you to just back up next to the trophy? You do look rather dapper, gents. You look fantastic, even you, Robbie. Looking $1 million there. Here we go, final pictures.
Everyone step back, please. Okay, nobody more. Step back, step back. Step back. No, don't listen to it. Like me. Carl, on you. Yeah.
She's taking pictures.
Okay, could I please ask Dr. Thaksin Shinawatra to present the trophy to our winner and our winning captain in Lee Westwood.
Go down. กลางนะครับผมกลางครับ1 2 1 2
Lee, let's get you to step forward and pick up the trophy. It's really heavy. It's a proper trophy, this one. Really heavy. We'll leave Team England to the celebrations. A lot of very happy Englishmen in the land of smiles. We'll see you next time.
But I'll tell you what, we're excited about this game already. Good control under pressure.
Oh, it's in! Oh, a goal!
Firing it towards goal. Oh, yes! Son has done it. Excitement left in the game. And a goal! It's not settled yet.
Leagues is waiting. Job.
Took your time, mate. Bellingham FC. Is that what we're calling it now?
Real top. Drop me the mic, you know we can chat. We know go for up when we in now. So where are the rest of them?
Repeat them seconds, G. They need to break. You want goals, yeah? Yes!
This is Leagues on FC Mobile. Invite your mates. Work together to achieve goals and unlock rewards. Play anywhere for the club. Download FC Mobile and join a league today.